CoCo Talk would like to thank our patrons, the real sponsors of our show: Al Hartman, Alan Huffman, Blair Ledoux, Brendan Donahue, Brian Joyce, Brian Weasler, Christina Armstrong, D. Bruce Moore, Davey Mitchell, Diego, Disney Saints fan, Eric Canales, Fedor Stamen, Grant Leedy, Jason Bucata, Jason Downs, Jenna Farron, Ken Reichard, Kyle Eder, Malfunct, Paul Fiscarelli, Paul Shoemaker, Richard Lorbieski, Rob Inman, Stephen Wagner, Steve Bjork, Terry Steen, Terry Steggy, The Backyard Shed Gang, Tom C., and Tom S. Thank you ever so much, patrons. CoCo Talk is an unscripted live broadcast. Anything can and will happen. The views and opinions expressed by members of the panel and the live audience are their own and not necessarily those of the CoCo Talk show, its sponsors, affiliates, or subsidiaries. Open minds encouraged, sense of humor recommended. If any off-color comments were made, we're sorry.
Hi, this is Dale Lear, designer of TRS 80 Color Baseball, and you're listening to CoCo Talk.
This is CoCo Talk, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color computer. It's time to drop your socks, grab your real-time clocks, and let's rock.
CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit
Welcome to CoCo Talk Live, episode 158. Today we talk about OS9
but we'll never
ease of
stop,
use,
cause
Beta
CoCo
5
Talk
release.
is rocking the 8-bit world. CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCo Talk is rocking the 8-bit world.
Hey, one of these days I'll get that intro right.
Why break tradition?
So,
Yeah.
so we've got a full panel today. I guess let's start off with some introductions. So, first up on my screen before everything shifts around, Ron Delvaux.
Hello.
All right, next up we got L. Curtis Boyle from O Canada.
Hello, everyone.
We're sorry.
Not
then
yet.
we
I'm
have,
saving that for later.
Then we'll have the next up we have Terry Steege. Did I get that right?
How's it going?
Okay. Then from next up is Marco Bahosta.
Hello
Marco.
there. Welcome, Oregon.
All right. From the land down under, we have David O'Connor.
Hello, everybody. Trying not to crash my plane here.
All right. Just remember to talk to air traffic control. Don't cross the runway until you're told to.
No.
All right. Next
parking in
up,
the
we
white
have
zone either.
Grant Leedy.
Hey, how's it going, everybody?
And Michael Furman.
Hey everybody, how you doing?
And next over is R. Allen Murphy.
Howdy, howdy, everybody.
And next up is a name that I'm not even going to attempt to pronounce.
Coward. Urgelio.
You can't hear him.
Gelio.
Can't hear you,
Okay.
He needs to turn up.
Yeah, need a little more volume in your mic there.
All right. How's there?
A little
better.
more.
A little more.
All right.
A lot more.
Might be
All
Urgelio,
right. We
actually.
can drive it.
Probably Urgelio.
Yep.
Is that better?
Okay. Only a little bit.
All right.
There we go.
That's
Got it.
better. That's good. Yeah, nice.
All right.
Where's he from? Tucson, Arizona. Oh, hey.
Yeah.
We're buds.
Cool, cool.
Ron's neighbor.
Hey.
His name used to be backwards. He's taken part in the GameON challenge for the last few weeks, and his name used to be his name backwards, which is really hard to pronounce.
All right. Next up, and we have Nick Marotta.
Good job. Yes, hello. Welcome, everybody. Glad to be here.
All right. Next over, Brian Weasler.
Hello, all. Welcome to the show.
Thanks. All right. Next up, Patrick Euland. You're still muted.
These buttons are so hard. Howdy, folks.
And do you prefer going by Rick or Patrick?
Rick, actually.
Okay.
Long story, but that's where I ended up.
All right. Next up, someone we haven't seen for a while, Bill Noble. How you doing?
Hello. Pretty good.
Let's see. Maker of all kinds of cables, Jason Reichard.
Why, hello, everyone.
It doesn't sound like him, does it?
It's like the pre-creep show. Okay, go on.
Speaking of which, next up, David Ladd.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're ready for a show today. I certainly am. Let's get this train wreck going. Oh, and I hear a nice kitty. Come here, kitty. I want to play kitty.
That's our head creep.
Okay, looks like the panel shifted on me here. So jumping back over to the left, Alan Huffman.
Sorry about that. Greetings from Des Moines, everybody.
All right. All right.
Oh.
Resuming on, from down under, Nick Marionettes.
Good day, everyone.
Hello, hello.
All right. Next over, James Diffendaffer.
Hello.
And
Glad to see
last
you
up
paying
on their
attention
panel,
now, James.
our host in exile, Steve Strobridge.
Hey, welcome from the Florida Turnpike northbound. It's a beautiful sunny day today.
Cool bananas.
All right. Well, that takes care of introductions.
Did you get Mr. Upper right corner, Mr. Overhauser?
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay. I wasn't paying attention.
Marco, yep. All right. Project updates. Let's see. Brian Weasler, I think you had one, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a few acquisitions I can share. Yep.
Okay.
I do have one mini update for DW term. Something that got forgotten about announcing.
All right. Let me find the right button here to bring you up. There you are.
Hello. Yeah, I did a couple things I'd like to share with the group here. That I found kind of interesting. This one here is it's called Color Compact.
Oh,
program.
Oh.
I'd never really seen it before though, but it looks like some sort of a program that you can use to connect using a modem to other computers.
yes.
Yeah. A very primitive one, but it did work.
Yeah.
It's extremely primitive.
And then another one that
sounds like a new CoCo project.
There you go. Another one I think most people are kind of familiar with. Actually, there's been a little bit of talk on the Facebook about it this week, though. But it was the Videotex terminal package there. Yeah. This one here has the cartridge and the Dow Jones and the CompuServe manuals in there and everything with it. So that was kind of a fun one to add to the group there. Let me reach here, and then to further, still trying to get all the ROM cartridges. Picked up this one here, TypeMate. I hadn't had that one yet, so that was got to add that one to my group.
Is that the sequel to Typing Tutor?
I believe so, isn't it? Learn to type like a pro. So
yeah. There we go. if what's his name is finished the math tutor, then you can switch to that.
Then you can switch out of that one there. And then got this one here with tennis. Didn't have this one here. Just don't see this one pop up very often. So it was still in the plastic though, but it had already been the seal had already been broken on it. So, but that's fine. And then one other one here. Let me grab this here. I've actually had this one for a while now. I had posted on Facebook. I wish I had the guy's name in front of me. Forgive me. He had posted on the Facebook group about it, and he had come across it, and I started chatting with him, and we kind of worked out a deal with it. Forgive me here a second. Just getting it out of the box. It's a Color Computer 2. The box is actually labeled as a let me see here, as a 26 3127. But and I think Jason, you had mentioned this, that there was something out on the archive and a manual that actually referred to this thing. It looks like a Color Computer 2, but it had a factory installed composite port in it, right here.
Oh, that'd be one of the education models.
It was, yeah, that's what I talked about. Imagine it was the education model, and it was, and on the bottom, the label they relabeled as a 26 3128. Kind of see it right. Where's it at there? Sorry. There we are. Not if that's coming into focus or not. But anyway, the output on it is, I don't have the case open, otherwise I'd show you. But yeah, where the RF module would be, it has this factory installed composite board. You have to use like a 3-prong phono jack that you'd plug, like a headphone jack, to plug into the back of it there. But the video on it actually is really nice. So I was glad to add that one to my group of Color Computer 2s. So I don't know how common they really are, if they're out there, or because they were in the education system, they got maybe disposed of rather than auctioned off. I don't know how much really actually made it out into the public at all. But has anybody else really seen any of those at all? I was kind of curious about that.
Fairly rarely I've seen them. But
I've heard, rumors. That's about it. I've never seen one.
I reference to the schematic.
Oh, okay, in the schematic about it. So yeah, no, everything works great on that one. It really nice. The case is a little bit yellowed, but I might add that to my. I'm going to try to do a lot of retro brighting this summer. I've never really done that, and I have about 5 or 6 systems I want to take a swing at once the sun gets out here, and try that process out, and maybe I'll give some updates on some of these machines. So, but that's all I have to share today.
Yeah, I think I've seen a picture of that in kit form. I think maybe a year or so ago, somebody posted something on Facebook where they had gotten a hold of the kit in a bag. So it was just parts in a bag in an empty case.
Oh, really? Okay.
I think it was sold both ways, from what I remember. Like schools could get them pre-installed, but yeah, there was a kit version as well.
Oh, interesting.
Isn't that depression in the bottom a CoCo 3 thing? So is that a CoCo 3 bottom on there? The big hole.
It's just where the ROM cartridge, where the ROM is at there. Yeah, the CoCo 3 or the 3 would have that depression right here where the RGB would have.
Right?
Yeah.
I'm getting old.
That's all I have.
No depressions here.
Tell you what, we do have a kind of a new person on the panel here, Rogelio. Maybe give us a little backstory or say extra hello.
Well,
tell us a little about you.
CoCo wise, I've been almost since the start of it, 1981. CoCo 1, CoCo 2, MC10, CoCo 3, and it's been a non-stop ever since. I grew up in northern Mexico, border with Arizona, so there was the mandatory weekly visits to Radio Shack was like a natural thing. Back in school, we were beginning to get classes on microprocessor programming, and we were doing the 6800 with the Heathkit trainers.
Mm-hmm.
So one good day, our teacher brought in a 4K CoCo, and it was like an instant hooked on it. So I started with that basically. So it's been a long time. I've been trying to get into this CoCoTALK live for a while, but for whatever reason, Windows kept on throwing roadblocks at me. It's much easier to just fire up the CoCo.
That's what Windows is good at.
Yeah.
And, well, welcome.
Yeah, welcome aboard.
Absolutely.
Yeah, glad to have you on finally.
Yep.
Could you
glad to be here.
Behind you there, over your shoulder, is that a CoCo One there in the far background there with the monitor?
Yes, it's the F board CoCo One. It's playing the demo of Tetris. I was playing that yesterday, actually.
David Ladd would be happy. David Ladd would be proud of you.
CoCo 3.
Yep.
Maybe there it is.
Oh, very nice.
Tetris.
You got composite CoCo One?
Yes, that's a Sony TV, the what I call it, Trinitron. One of the best TVs I ever gotten for my CoCo setups. So I'm pretty happy with it. I haven't had the need to go compensate on that thing. So
I see your multi-pack stuff to the gills too. Is that an eliminator in there?
That's Disto Super Controller 2 for the CoCo One.
Oh, with the add-on board maybe?
No, it's just plain controller and nothing extra on it. The sound and speech card, the synthesizer, and the SDC. Basically, the same setup is repeated on my CoCo 3. But on the CoCo 3, I'm using the FD502 controller. And yes, I still use floppies. A lot.
I'm with you, bud.
Yeah, I still do too.
I mean, it's
they're still reliable.
Yes, I mean, I'm surprised about the longevity of that. Some of those things are like 40 years old.
Oh yeah,
they were not supposed to last more than, I don't know, 5.
I totally with you on the Sony Trinitron thing too. That's exactly what I'm running right now on my screen. I've got two of them broadcast monitors here.
I got it on eBay a while back. It came in broken. I was able to fix it, and more or less I got it for free. So.
Oh wow.
Yeah, the seller refunded the purchase because it got damaged on the shipment. The part of the neck got not the CRT itself, but the board in the back got broken.
Oh, okay.
So it was more of like a surgery reconstruction there, but it
worked. Really fortunate it didn't snap the neck. That would have been a lot worse.
Yeah, I don't know what the USPS threw at the box, but they managed to go through the case, the outer case, and then somehow split the board on the back of the CRT.
Is it a VGA only, or a VGA, and you can change it to composite?
No, I mean no. That's a regular TV set, Sony.
Okay.
It has composite video, and I'm planning to try that using something I found not too long ago.
Oh,
I was actually looking for a Commodore 6480 column card, and someone mislabeled the word pack for Commodore, and I got it for really cheap. So pays off to look for something else on eBay every once in a while.
Cool.
Yeah, those are pretty rare from what I know of.
Yeah, this is the word pack.
That's the actual Radio Shack edition too, not the independent one, right?
Yeah, it's the regular only one.
Blow that up a little bit there.
Very nice.
Was that an EV-RE20 you're running there, microphone?
RE27.
RE27, okay. Yeah, nice.
So, yeah, that's more or less. I spent a lot of time last decade I was in New York City, and I moved back to Arizona, Tucson, and I've been here since 2018 or so. Because have gone along with me on my travels, like back and forth. Happy.
This week, beginning of the week, I was in Tucson at Starzona getting my telescope fixed.
Is any of that equipment that you have there, is that the stuff that you've had for 40 years, or is it recent acquisitions, or have you held on to all your equipment over the years?
More or less, it's been stable. I've just kept adding accessories like games, cartridges, and stuff. But that CoCo One has been with me since I would say the early 90s. The CoCo 3, we bought it, me and a friend, for a college project. We needed to do a lot of word processing, and we were just tired of getting our appointments on the school lab. It was always busy. So we went the CoCo 3 way, and that's where we wrote up all our papers. And in the end of the school period, I just bought my friend's half, and I kept it along with the FD502 and the CM8 monitor. So yeah, that stuff is really old.
What's on your other side?
My workbench. And actually,
MC10.
there's an MC10 on burning because I had that machine also since Radio Shack put it on sale back in '85, I guess. And recently it started to have a problem with drifting channels between 3 and 4. So I just did a minor resoldering on the board and set a small pattern graphics program just to run it. And it's been good since a couple of days there.
Cool.
Mm.
All right.
Hey, Rogelio, I'm very happy that you've been able to join us. I wish I was at home where I could hear you better. I'm driving right now, but I've been a fan of yours for a long time since you stumbled across my YouTube channel. You do a lot of amazing things. And if anybody's not aware, I know we've referenced the video of the MC10 using a floppy drive, but that was your video. You're probably one of the few people that added a floppy to an MC10. And
yeah, that's actually Darren Atkinson board.
Okay.
He ran some prototypes and I tested them. And I kept the first one. Most of those boards were shipped to France, I believe. So,
okay.
Yeah, I mean, it's I know it's one of the rare items to have, this controller for the MC10. It actually works pretty nice.
Yeah.
There's a bunch of people in France with floppy drives on their Alice's.
I would say about 20 people.
Ah.
Wow.
I assembled the first run of those, and it was like probably like 20 or 25 boards.
Cool.
You want to give a little plug to your YouTube channel, or how we can find you out on YouTube?
Let me see if I can plug it in on the chat. It should be YouTube and then follow my name. So, but hold on.
Okay.
I'll plug it in.
Yeah, you got a lot of cool stuff on YouTube. You've done some stuff with DL logo, Dale Lear's logo. I remember seeing some of your Christmas demos. But yeah, you've done a lot of cool stuff, and you've definitely been in the community longer than I have. But just want to say it's good to kind of sort of meet you, even though it's not in person. To be on the same call with you is an honor, sir. So thank you.
Oh, thank you for having me. And I plan to have this more of a regular thing, but usually Saturdays, for whatever reason, I'm always like doing extra work. So it conflicts with the schedule, but not today.
Excellent.
Cool. All right, moving on with project updates. I think Jason, you had some updates, didn't you?
Absolutely, yes. When I did some things, I got some things on eBay this week, and got a really cool bundle on eBay this week. Couple unique items here.
But ukes.
No ukes. No ukes. Oh, you know what? Before I go to the eBay stuff, just really quick, I was having the same issue with my MC10. The RF was starting to drift between channels, and I just went ahead and got one of the Ed Snyder composite boards, and I installed that yesterday evening, and it's working. It's working well with my little color bar program that I ported to the MC10. But
it's not running Xenix.
No, the CoCo 3 is running Xenix. The MC10's up top on the television. It's actually a television, so I have HDMI and a couple other inputs, so it's a little more versatile than just the computer monitor I used to have up there. But going back to, I actually found out about this bundle on the mailing list, and it was just like right after work, and I went ahead and grabbed it. And couple cool items. One of the cool items here I now have a copy of Donkey King on tape there, but with complete with dot matrix label, even a tape copy of Puyan. Didn't have that. And I had one of these before. I don't know what happened to it, but now I do have Zaxxon on tape again, so that's good stuff there. And probably one of the most exciting things I found on tape, and is Vidtex.
That's got to be right up there with Color Scripted, doesn't it?
You know what? This only takes 4K, so that's pretty cool. Where's fudge? Let's see here. Cool, really cool thing, and I posted this up in the TDP group that Terry has. But I found in this bundle was Datasoft Moon Shuttle, and the reason I put in the TDP group is this for TRS-80 color and TDP 100 right on it. So I thought that was pretty cool. I don't think I've ever seen one of these in the wild. So.
And Mr. TDP was all over that, wasn't he?
Oh yes, he enjoyed that, and I put that on the all things Tandy and Radio Shack. That's another fun Facebook group if you love your old Radio Shack stuff. A couple other weird things, and I have this one here. It's from Computerware, Color Pack Attack, and it's definitely a third party. It looks like probably like it was maybe a typewriter or a daisy wheel label there or something. Unfortunately, this doesn't work. What's that?
Nothing, just
JT.
The,
oh yeah,
just
you'll go
the
far.
daisy wheel printer going in the background.
Yeah,
go on.
But I don't know if this is out there somewhere else. I didn't have a chance to look at it yet. But it doesn't load. It's just an IO error. There's one copy on each side of the tape, and both sides of the tape are kind of hosed. Got VIP terminal. What is copyright 1983 by Soft Law.
Nelson Computer Systems. That's their terminal program. Like Color Compact earlier, except much better.
Okay. I wasn't familiar with that one. Another one I hadn't heard of before, Alcatraz 2.
Spectral.
From Spectral Associates. Yeah, Tacoma, Washington. Just a dot matrix. Pretty cool, though. Third-party label, just dot matrix, but pretty cool.
That's a Mike Huey game before he did Grabber and Draconian. That was his first commercial package, and it was a basic program.
Yeah, it isn't basic, and it's Alcatraz. It says Alcatraz 2, so I guess there's a Alcatraz 1. I don't know.
Well, there is.
Remember actually.
And then I got three other tapes here from a company I had never heard of, Aardvark. And
they made a ton of text adventure games. They also made some arcade games by Dave Edson.
The ones I have here are Tube Frenzy Color 80. Like it says illegal to copyright on the.
Yeah, Tube Frenzy is an arcade game.
Venture Color 80.
That's a clone of Venture from the arcade, also by Dave Edson. Both of those are by Dave Edson, by the way.
Okay, I hadn't had a chance to test any of these ones here. Caterpillar Color 80. So I'm guessing
that's Dave Edson's Centipede clone.
Yep, that was my guess. So pretty cool stuff there. And I also now have another copy of Bedlam and Rackatoo from Radio Shack, and a couple.
Curtis is the Rain Man of CoCo Gaming, by the way, in case you didn't.
Well, you know what? Let's see. Isn't the CoCo Gaming site on L. Curtis Boyle's website? So
it is.
They will finally be getting updates in May too. So.
Oh, look at that! Yeah, see, if there's someone that knows CoCo Games, it should be Curtis. It's the only CoCo Games website. It's the #1 CoCo Games website.
I've said that with the utmost of respect. By the way.
There's some other ones actually. There's what the heck's it called now? A guy who did a bunch of reviews. He did about 100, 150 reviews of CoCo Games with screenshots, but he never finished it after that.
Gotcha.
Kind of like
another cool thing I got here. I got this unassuming brown box. I open up the brown box. There are 9 still sealed C20 computer cassette tapes in them.
So cool.
I remember those covers.
Now you can back up all those other tapes you showed us.
Right. I don't see when I think these came out. I remember seeing these in the store, but by the time when I was using tapes, it was more like like the blue and the red ones that said Radio Shack on it, like this one here that was in there also. And then we had a few of the computer tapes, and then we just figured out how to use the regular tapes and just go past the leader. That was a lesson that was quickly learned. And a couple other things, another CCR 81. Haven't had a chance to test it yet with cable, and there's a power cable around here somewhere for it. Let's see, what else did we find here? It was a pretty cool bundle. We got to got this here. It's the Color Computer Learning Lab. So haven't had a chance to test any of this, but it's got all the.
Wow! Look at all those tapes.
Look at all these tapes, right? Look at that. That's just tape-tastic there.
That's their basic learning lab too, right? Not the machine language one, right?
Yeah, I see basic commands on the cover, so I'm gonna have to assume that. Yeah, it's definitely basic. Just by glancing.
How is your storage situation going for all this stuff?
Well, I don't have a garage, but I do have a storage unit, so we manage. I see a reorganization coming soon to this stuff here, but also had a copy of Canyon Climber and hold them right, Canyon Climber and was a Space Assault. So I think I
just
have
look
both
for
of them.
old Walmarts.
Look
to
for
use
old
as a
Wal-
to use as a storage.
Isn't that what Ron does?
Hey, you know what you should do is get a space of pepper, and then make salt and pepper shakers.
Okay. Moving on, I got a deluxe joystick. A deluxe joystick in a box here, and it's definitely in there. I don't think it's new, but it's in a box.
Is it a one buck or
nicely preserved?
Yeah, it's even got a little bit of styrofoam stuck to the cord. So, well, the other side of the styrofoam has a cord imprint on it. I haven't had a chance to check that out either yet.
Cool.
This stuff just showed up yesterday. FedEx brought me all kinds of goodies. It got here really quick. I won it on Wednesday, and it was here. It was here on Friday, which was great, especially since I was off that day. But another cool thing. Let's get into the really cool stuff now. That stuff's good. But that stuff's cool. But let's get into the really cool stuff here now. I don't think I've ever had one of these, but I now have a CoCo 2B.
Ooh,
lowercase.
Yeah.
And it's in really, really nice shape, but it is a 263127B. It is an excellent shape.
T1 chip.
What's the serial number?
Serial number, yes. Let's see here. It's 2058655.
Oh, that was a great vintage.
Okay, check under your seats at home. If you have that number,
hold your cards. Bingo has been called.
Is that a full 64K extended basic, fully loaded?
Yes, it actually the name badge actually says Tandy, and it says 64K color computer.
Too. Yep.
Yeah, right on the name badge.
The American or European spelling of Galore?
It's the American.
you mean the American is the right way.
The American, not the Canadian.
All right.
And then I don't think these manuals. I don't think the CoCo 2B came with these. I remember getting these with my old CoCo. Okay, camera, what are you doing? But it's the separate extended color basic and color basic manuals that I remember getting back with my melted keyboard CoCo back in the day.
They changed to getting started with extended color basic. They merged
Right.
them.
I have a book here that's just extended color basic. It's everything in one book. It's a
I notice you have
book.
two different versions there too, because your extended is color computer, and the other one is color computer 2.
Yeah.
Oh, yes. Did the extended color basic manual say color computer 2?
For the later ones, yeah.
Okay. Okay, because how I started out, and my brother by proxy, of course, was that we had a CoCo 2 16K color basic, and then we got the upgrade later.
Yeah, hey, just a quick tip. When you read those, the one that says getting started, read that one first, and then go to the other one that says going ahead. Just free tip for you.
Absolutely. that and $2 will get you a soda in most places.
Sounds like the voice of experience here, Stevie.
Yeah.
Hey, over in chat, Terry Steen says you need a tape weasel.
A tape weasel. I got a tape gun.
What about it? What about a
right
tape
here,
worm?
ready to go for no good reason.
And it's loaded. Too.
It's loaded. Yeah.
Do you have a tape worm?
You know what? That would be great. I could lose a few pounds. That would be a great way to do it. That'd be the easy way, wouldn't it? But the big
not advise that.
No, I would not advise that. Kidding.
No. Do not do this at home.
Tapeworm not recommended.
Do not drink.
The cool thing, and the thing that the reason I bid on the auction in the first place, and kind of aggressively bid on it, because I used to have one of these. I got rid of it for some stupid reason, but I found this multi-pack.
Oh.
And this is the 26. It's the 263124, not the 24B or A. So it is not modified for the CoCo 3 yet. It's acting a little funny, so I got to look into it. It wasn't booting all the time, and then I was playing it on the CoCo 2. And since I had the CoCo 2B hooked up, I was playing Guardian, semi graphics, and occasionally the graphics would just start to the ground. That orange line for the ground would start to just go everywhere. So there's something funky there. Maybe I I'm not an expert on that. I'll probably have to pick some people's brains on that. Probably wouldn't be a bad idea to replace the caps. We'll see. But it does work, just not as well as it probably should. But I think that's it. I got in with the multi-pack, right?
Yep. Okay.
Pretty good haul.
Yeah.
Hey, do you mind telling us what that cost you? That whole bundle? That's a good deal.
It was about with shipping. It was just a smidge over $200.
Okay,
US.
it's not bad though. You got a lot of goodies there.
That's
absolutely.
Multi-pack makes it worth it.
The multi-pack's worth the multi-pack's
and the
worth
CoCo.
that.
Yeah.
And a lot of third-party software, original software, which is rare to get these days.
Those new in-box cassettes are priceless.
Well, with today's rising entertainment costs.
Okay. Also had on my list, Mickey, you had the announcements.
Yeah. I don't have anything to, and I was going to prepare this, but things just got away from me. But one of the things I forgot to announce 2 weeks ago was that DW Term has Mega Mini MPI support. And as far as I'm aware, it's the first piece of software to be published with that support. So
That's for the
in order
16550, right?
What's that?
That's for the 16550?
Right. The Mega Mini MPI has two 16550 serial ports in it, and it has a little header thing on the side of it. So you need to have one of these little adapter doodads. Ed Snyder sells these. This little guy plugs into the side of the Mega Mini MPI, and it has two. Let me hold it up again. This part plugs into the Mega Mini MPI, and the other side has two USB ports. These are FTDI USB serial adapters, and you just plug your little USB cable in there, and you can run PyDrive wire. I need to publish the instructions for that because you need very specific. I have it hard coded for very specific baud rate, and there's also another option. You must enable hardware flow control, but if you get those things correct, you can use PyDrive. Use DW Term. Sorry. With Mega Mini MPI. Is it faster? It depends on what you have going on the computer on the other end. Exactly which version of PyDriveWare or the Java server that you're running, it can be a little bit faster. But I completely forgot about this when I was publishing the release notes for DW Term. So I just need to do a documentation update for this, which maybe I can prepare later in the show, and get the instructions out so people can actually do something with the serial port on their Mega Mini MPI. So
are you fully supporting the FIFO at this point, or just supporting the serial port raw?
What do you mean? It is the FIFO.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, FIFO. Yeah, the 14.
You do
byte buffer.
the FIFO is enabled. I don't remember if it's maximum is 14 bytes or 8 bytes, but because the basically I have it hard coded at 921 kbaud, so that's so fast that the CoCo really can't keep up with that at all. So you need to have the FIFO enabled, which is automatically enabled. There's no this right now. This stuff is just hard coded in the DW Term executable, but the FIFO is enabled, and the UART is also doing automatic flow control. So when the FIFO does get full, it basically signals the other end, "Hey, you need to stop now," and give the CoCo time to catch up. So that does work. So
so what do you figure the actual baud rate is that the CoCo can actually handle? It's well below that, right?
So I haven't. I have done some performance testing with it. I have not published my results yet. I can I can speak to those results. So the usual drive layer test. Let me bring up my notes so that I know where is it, drive layer performance. Yeah. So the usual. I don't know. Do you guys want me to share this? I can share it. Give me 1 second.
Okay, hang on. I got 2 flip screens here.
All right. So now I should be able to share this.
All right, go ahead.
Okay.
And by the way, Mark Bosley, thank you for streaming today.
You're welcome. The show must go
So
on.
these are just, unfortunately, these are just my raw notes. I haven't I need to rewrite it a little bit more nicely to make it easier to understand. But basically, the standard test, one of the standard tests that everybody publishes is this command called mega read on NitrOS9. And that basically, whatever device you give it, in this case, it's the boot device, it reads 1 megabyte from that device. And so this is pretty much the standard test. So if you're just using the bit banger at 115, 200 baud, mega read will take, let's see, where's the actual time? I think we want this
200 seconds?
No, you want this one. There's actually a okay, this is a different test. Sorry, that data is bad. We need to look at this data here. So ignore all that. This test is doing a backup. The reason why the data above needs to be redone is I had a driver problem on my Mac, and that caused a huge slowdown. So I got past that issue. All right, so fine. This test here is your HDB DOS. You're doing a backup of one drive to another drive over drive layer. So if you're doing that over the bitbanger or the RS-232 port, that'll take 57 seconds. If you're doing it, so this actually demonstrates my problem on the Mac. If you look at my data here, if I increase the baud rate, it basically gets faster and faster and then slower. And this isn't quite right. So I was able to set up, do a very specialized setup on my, and I can actually show this. Let me describe it first, and then show the table, and then I'll show the actual hardware setup. I was actually able to set up a Raspberry Pi 4, which Raspberry Pi 4 has like, I think it's 6 hardware UARTs, and those are TTL. So I was able to set up Pi drive layer on my Raspberry Pi 4, use one of those hardware UARTs, and connect that directly through over TTL into a in between the Mega Mini MPI and the Raspberry Pi 4. And I was able to get results like this. So we went down from 57 seconds. And if you see this baud rate table here at 115K baud, I'm already at 35 seconds to do the disk backup. But look at what happens when I increase the baud rate.
So you're using 2 serial streams at one time. Drive wire on 2 serial streams.
No.
No.
Okay. No. This is just one connection.
Just one connection? Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I was able to get down from 57 seconds with the bitbanger all the way down to 15 seconds, and that's a baud rate of about 20K baud. So I think there was a question.
Stevie?
Well, yeah, I was just wondering if we were actually going to get to the answer of the question, but I think you just got there. So we went from we're basically about 1/4 of the time is what this gives us.
Right, that's correct.
Okay.
So okay, I have the actual hardware here, so I'm gonna hold that up here in a second. One moment, please.
Okay.
All right, can you spotlight my video?
If I can find you, here you are.
So I can find this here. So okay.
All right, go ahead.
So here's the Raspberry Pi 4. It's not in the case, and I have one of these T adapters. But what's going on here is I just have the 2 of the serial ports, and the little chip here is a level converter from 3.3 to 5-volt logic, and I just have this little cable here, and this guy plugs into the Mega Mini MPI. You know, this is just the little connector deals that you would. I'm not showing this.
Yeah, that's
little
all right.
connector
We got
deals
it.
that you would use with, like, you know, Raspberry Pi or whatever that you're prototyping stuff. So basically, I just plugged this guy into my board here in the correct orientation, and I've connected the Mega Mini MPI to the Raspberry Pi 4. Just the whole deal. So this was the test rig that I used to generate the results that I showed, and I was able to get very excellent results. So what does this mean? It means that USB is not the absolute fastest way to do drive wire. It works. It's convenient because our computers today do not have hardware serial ports anymore. But if you do have a hardware serial port, you can get very screaming fast, excellent results with it. So I'm sorry that that's a very long answer to the question, but it gave me an opportunity to show some of my preliminary performance data and the test rig that I used for it.
All right, cool.
Very cool.
Hey, what do you say we take a short break?
I think Terry
and-
Steggy had a presentation too, didn't he?
Yeah, Terry had something.
Okay.
I've got something super quick if you guys want to see.
Sure.
If I could,
because during the commercial, I was going to ask if anyone else had anything else to present.
We can do it after the commercial if you want, Mark. It's up to you, man. Whatever you think.
That's fine. We can go for it.
Okay. If I can share my screen here.
Oops, the other direction then.
There we go. So Tony Pedraza sent me a bunch of Glenside newsletters. We've been working on this over the last few months. I finally finished everything that he sent me. In addition to that, I got them all converted to a text-based PDF, so they are actually selectable.
Oh, nice.
And if there's any basic programs in here, you can actually, I don't have, of course I picked one that doesn't have one. You can copy them and paste them into an editor and use them. But as far as we know, we have everything converted that we can find. There's a few missing ones, but anyway, that's kind of what I've been working on, and kind of happy to have that done. So
very cool.
Where does one go to get those?
They're going to put Eric is going to put it on the Glenside site. I've kind of just got it in a holder bucket right now, but I will as soon as Eric gets them on his new site he's working on for Glenside, we'll get those posted. So
I have a recommendation.
What?
Pardon?
I have a recommendation. You should publish those on archive.org as well, probably with the club's permission.
Yeah, I thought I'd let Eric do that, or at least talk about it in the next meeting we had.
Yeah.
But I wanted to get them all, make sure I could make them indexable, and that actually is working pretty well. So.
Yeah, if you put them on archive.org and the Color Computer Archive, that would be great, because that's the two most common places to look for that kind of stuff.
Let me write that down. Yeah, I will definitely have him do that.
And also, do you have a list of what issues you're missing, just in case any of us longtime Glenside members might have some of them still?
Yeah, I actually started. I will post that as well. I've had a couple that we pulled over from the old site that were actually corrupted, so I had to get other versions of those, which I did get. But I stopped my looking for other ones until we got that done. So yeah, I appreciate that. Thanks, Curtis.
Okay. Does anyone else have any acquisitions or updates?
Just a minor acquisition. I got my copy.
Cool.
And I got a case for my MCX 128 from Ed Snyder, which made me very happy.
All right. Anybody else? No? Okay, so let's go ahead and take a commercial break, and then we also have a new CoCo Thoughts to present, and we'll be right back. Let's see, where's the button? This one.
Hi, this is Eddie Zerbinski from beautiful Quebec City. Vous écoutez CoCoTALK.
As you're enjoying CoCoTALK, we also want to remind you about the CoCo Discord server. This is a place where people come to connect, to ask questions, to provide answers, to share information, and to socialize. So when you're done, why don't you head on over to the CoCo Discord server and we'll continue the conversation there. The easy to remember link is discord.cocotalk.live. See you on Discord. CoCo123 is the Glenside Color Computer Club community newsletter that's been in publication since 1985. While the Rainbow magazine may be gone, it doesn't mean you still can't have a cool CoCo periodical. Head on over to the Glenside Color Computer website at glensideccc.com and then click on the Documents link to view all the past issues of the CoCo123 newsletter. Not only can you read all of the past and present issues, we'd also love to hear some submissions from you. So if you'd like to send an article, a column, something to talk about, maybe even a program listing, send an email to glensideccc@gmail.com. We'd love to hear from you. The CoCo World Map is a cool community resource where you can view coconuts from around the world. Head on over to map.cocotalk.live and see where your fellow coconutians happen to be living on the planet Earth. If you would like to submit yourself to be on the CoCo map, send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and we look forward to seeing you on the CoCo map. Hey guys, it's Stevie Strode. If you've been watching CoCoTALK for a while, hopefully you understand that everyone is welcome to join this show. You don't need an impressive resume to get on. You just need to enjoy the CoCo and be willing to talk about it. There is no wrong way to CoCo. There is no wrong way to be a fan of the CoCo. There's no wrong way to be on CoCoTALK. You just have to want to talk CoCo. So if you would like to join us, then reach out to us on our Discord server, which is discord.cocotalk.live, or send an email to cocotalk@cocotalk.live, and let's get you on the show and let's talk about the CoCo.
Hi, I'm Tim, and you're watching CoCoTALK Live. And I'm playing Daggereth online like that idiot from the book.
Can you dial back on the condescension there as you respond there?
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. A public service announcement. NitrOS9 not suitable for inhalation.
High Score Challenge with Nick Marotta.
All right, welcome to the High Score Challenge segment. That was a great new bumper done by Rob Inman. Thank you, Rob. So yeah, we had a really good week. This is probably I think it's our second highest week. This past week we did Xenix. So if you can go ahead and roll the high score video, Mark B, we can see what happened. So we had actually 23. I'll talk about that in a bit because we had a late entry. But here come the score results. We had had R. Alan Murphy at 3,583, Mark B at 4,600, me at 4,630, Grant Leedy at 4,793, Mark Overholzer at 5,293, Virgilio at 6,801, Charlie 001 at 7,508. That's the son of a new listener, of a new player. Mr. Dave 609 at 7,714. Flutterball, who's Charlie's dad, at 88208. Cat Lord at 8283. Harry Stiggy at 8666. Tom C at 9585. Alpin Grice at 10679. Canadian Retro Things at 11014. Ben at 14242, Bryce at 17230, Jared Mobley, oh, it's going by fast. Jared Mobley 18735, Paul Shoemaker 19163, Polly T at 19212, David Croker at 20645, David Ladd at 25133, and L. Curtis Boyle, who squeaked in with a spare 5 minutes to spare at 26379. So here are our participants, and I don't know if you remember, as a bonus this week, top 3 players are receive a free key for the new CoCo cover of Outhouse on. And Stevie did not play. Stevie did not make the list.
Actually, Stevie did play. He just didn't make the
Stevie is
high score list.
But thanks anyway, Stevie. So anyway, yes, we had I'm kidding, Stevie. So we had a really good week, and I'm interested to hear people's opinions of this game that I did not really know about until this week. I was actually suggested to me by Curtis. So thank you, Curtis, for that suggestion.
One of the best 128K CoCo 3 games, period. That's what my
really
review.
Fast, like 60 is a 6809, really fast. Background music constant. I was really, really impressed.
Those explosions are pretty high resolution.
Yeah.
Yeah, when one alien would explode and then kind of careen off the other ones, an explosion
off,
stream would
yeah.
follow them. Oh, that was so well done.
It's a really quick and gets difficult quickly game explanation point.
Yes. And what I love and hate about this game is you can shoot your power-ups. So it's actually cool it's sort of like a
That's a Jeremy
realistic kind
Spiller
of way.
theme, by the way.
It's
He
also
does that in Crystal
frustrating.
City too, where you couldn't get your fuel balloons. You can shoot those too, and not get anything for them. So, and it's also one of the few arcade games that actually has an end too, because if you actually make it to level 32, and then you finish that level 33, and Bryza would be the one to tell you about this. I've never made it that far myself, but apparently there's the mother planet, the home planet of the aliens, and you get to shoot and destroy it, and then you win the game.
That's cool. Nobody made it that far this time, I'm assuming.
Even my pussycat approves. As we heard in the background then.
So I saw some different posts about different controllers people were using. Some like the Black Beauty, some like the more the trigger style, the flight style sticks. Any feedback on that?
I'll give some tips and tricks from my point of view on it. First of all, you're going to have a sore thumb or finger from hitting the fire button so much, because this is one of the few games that can keep up. No matter how fast you hit that button, it'll keep up with the firing speed. I don't know if anybody here used any rapid fire things. I didn't, but it's probably one of the games you could use that on. The main technique I use is that I try to get the power-up bugs, the solid-shaped aliens where you can get triple shot and armor-piercing bullets and extra fuel and all that kind of stuff. And all of them give you a little bit of extra fuel. So basically what I do is especially on the bonus rounds, I don't even worry about trying to clear the round and get the bonus points for that. I just try to get all of the power-up bugs shot so that I can collect them all and refuel basically during the bonus round for the next 4 rounds before the next bonus round comes up. And
Can I share my screen while Curtis is talking, Mark?
Yes, go ahead.
I'll show some video play while Curtis is talking.
Okay.
Go ahead, Curtis.
Yeah, so basically it's the same technique you use in Crystal City, where you have to keep your fuel up, otherwise you're going to end up just dying. And also, of course, the game gets quite complicated later on when you get some of the boss aliens coming by, and then the screen starts shaking all over the place every time you get hit, which is a really cool effect, but a real bugger to try to get through. So, But a great game. I would love to see the final end. So if anybody here actually gets good enough at it to make it to the final end, please video record, because I have never seen the ending. You know what it actually does when you win. So
this has been VR Drakes who sent in this clip on YouTube.
Curtis, do you know what it was developed in?
Assembly language. He had his own assembler. He tried using EdTasm, ran out of room. Then he borrowed a commercial one. Was it Circomps? I can't remember. Or MicroWorks maybe. And ran out of room in that. And then he ended up writing his own assembler specifically to speed up his development time. And he also installed a extra RAM disk hardware card he designed that he had assembled two to keep the speed going up, not having to use floppies.
That's pretty impressive.
It's an awesome game.
And I'm trying to remember when he did this one. And Crystal, was he out of high school yet? I don't think he was. He might have been when Crystal finally got finished, but I think he was still in high school when he did this.
Yeah, he said he was still in high school. If you look at his webpage, it's gosub.com.
Yeah, which is the original software company he sold this under before he started getting sold through Sundog. I've met him a couple times too, and he's a really nice guy.
So I just want to give a shout out to Amigo, Aaron from Amigo Retro Gaming. He got his score in too late to make the video, but so we actually had 20. What did I say before? 22. So we had 23 players. Amigo there was 88-24.
Yeah, actually 24, because Stevie did play it. He mentioned in the chat that he did play it. He just didn't get a score high enough to show on the qualifying.
Yeah, we'll
screen.
count. That's true. So 24. That was really awesome. Then that might be. It's definitely. I don't know if that's our absolute highest, but it's definitely up there. I think our biggest week was our biggest week Nightmare Highway? I can't remember. But anyway, 24 is excellent. That was a really good turnout, guys.
Any tips or tricks from anybody else on the panel?
Don't shoot your power-ups. Or if you do, then swear heavily.
So sorry, go ahead, David.
No, I was going to say, as far as if you're on Windows, Mac, or Linux, and if you like rapid fire controllers, you can use an 8-bit DOE SN30 Pro to help shoot faster.
Yes, that would definitely cut. I heard a lot of people saying, "Oh, my thumb's killing me after this. This is a real button masher."
Yeah,
so that would definitely help with that.
The only problem is you have to keep shutting the auto fire on and off, though. I think because if you like Nick said, you can't shoot your power ups, and if you just have the thing mowing down everything, you'll never be able to get a power up ever.
Exactly.
Well, that is true, but there's one nice thing about MAME and the fact that with the 8-bit DOE, it looks like a SNES controller, but its layout is that of like a PlayStation controller. And each button can be turned on and off for rapid fire. So if you set like button 1 and 2 to the A and B buttons, and then you set button 1 and 2 to X and Y, and you only turn on turbo on X and Y, then you have both non-turbo and turbo available to you. Not that I wouldn't know anything about that.
Terry, you had a tip too, or?
My score didn't reflect as, I guess, I don't know if I could give a tip or not. I did try when it would come out, staying in the center and getting all of the different colored aliens on top first, because they take multiple hits to get rid of. So I tried to get those lines done first, so I didn't have to worry about them when they started falling down. But that's about the only tip I have.
Okay. Also in the chat, Dave and Sharon Very, he mentions that sweep left or right while shooting so you don't shoot your power-ups. I did a derivative of that too. I didn't sweep like hard left, hard right. I just slowly inched my way left and right, and then try to dodge bullets as they're coming down. But that way I could shoot it, and I would shift just enough I wouldn't kill it, and then I would be near it enough to get to it without having to try to dodge bullets between me and the actual power-up I was trying to get. The other tip I'll give too is when you first start each wave, until all the aliens on the screen, you will never get a power-up coming down. So there, you can button mash or turn your auto fire on if you're cheating like Dave. I mean, using advantages like Dave. To just mow them down as much as you can. And once the full formation's there, that's when you'll start getting the ones that change the colors and start coming down as power-ups. So you can go absolutely berserk during the initial, when they're all flying onto the screen to form the formation. And then you have to kind of be a bit more picky so you can get your power-ups after that.
Yeah, this is an amazing game. I don't know how he squeezed so much speed with the music and everything out of it, but it's one of the most impressive games I've seen.
Yeah.
Writing
I'll give
your
two
own
other things
assembler,
that
I
they're
guess,
not.
makes a
Sorry?
big difference.
I'll give two other little bits of
Oh.
information here that aren't strategy related, but on the GoSub site, he actually has some blog stuff that he did, like some of his original notes from writing the game. He also has a source code for both this and Crystal City up there if you actually want to see what he did and how he did it. And he also has Xenix 3D for Windows 7 and Windows 10, which is his modern day Windows port of Xenix that you can also download for free and play that if you want to as well, which has, of course,
cool.
much more modern graphics. So.
I really like the Sundog logo too that comes up, the big red logo. Looks pretty cool.
Oh yeah, I forgot about that because I actually have the original GoSub version here. That's what I bought at Rainbow Fest back in the day. So I don't have the Sundog logo on mine.
So what are we playing next week there, Nick?
All right. So if we're ready for next week's reveal, next week we're back to CoCo 1, 2, 3, and next week's game will be Grabber.
All right.
Awesome. One of my favorites.
Another Mike Huey game who did Draconian, right?
Yep. And that Alcatraz 2 that Jason was showing off earlier too.
That's right.
I was really hoping for Telewriter 64.
Oh, keep hoping it'll show up.
And
So,
Grabber is probably the only full multimedia game for the CoCo 1 and 2 where it actually plays multi-voice background music the entire time you're playing, which is a real feat on a CoCo 1 and 2.
Yes, absolutely. So there you go, guys. This will be this week's challenge is Grabber. So go nuts, and hopefully we get another good turnout this week. And thanks again for a great week this past week, and everybody who supports this segment.
And Nick, did you go through the little contest that we had here this last week?
For the outhouse?
Yes.
Yeah. So the top 3 winners will receive a key to the cover of the outhouse that Erico made for Windows. So I'll be contacting you guys about that through Discord. And thank you, Erico, for that. That was very generous of you to give a little incentive to play this week. And if anybody during this week, if anybody has any cool videos that they might want to see highlighted on the show, just post your YouTube links and especially tell me where in the video you want to highlight, and I'll go through them, and you may end up on the show next week. And thank you guys very much for supporting us. And that about does it for this week's GameON challenge.
Okay, game on.
Got some GameON news to cover too, so you want to?
All right, go ahead.
Okay, let me get the right copy of my tabs here going.
You don't play the intro?
We did.
Dude, there's no music though. That's okay.
The heck was going on here?
I can do it again.
Please speak amongst yourselves for a moment.
We are called loose cannons after all. We're a little looser than some other times.
We need the crickets.
Okay, thank you very much. I can't share right now, though. It's not letting me share, so you'll have to.
All right, now you can.
Okay. Not a ton of GameON news here, but a few interesting things. Are you guys getting the screen?
Yes.
Certainly am.
Yep.
Okay, first up here, the CoCo Show released their 2nd April episode, which is featuring Speed Racer, which is a pretty good pole position style game with 4 different tracks. They like the game and do a pretty good review on it. There's a few little bits of trivia in there too you can hear about. Also to promote, once again, they've got their competition of a giveaway going, kind of like we did this week with their GameON Game of the Week. They're giving away a sealed, never opened copy of Gunstar, the CD version. And basically, all you have to do is hit iTunes and give a review to the CoCo Show, and they'll be randomly picking, I think, in about 2 weeks, one of the people that have submitted it, and you get a free copy of Gunstar. And they're doing this worldwide. It doesn't matter where in the world. If you're in Australia, the UK, anywhere, you can enter this, and they'll send it off to you. So. Next up, Michael Pitsley on YouTube continues his rundown of the Disney multimedia cassette education games from the CoCo 1 and 2 back from like the 83, 84 time period.
What do you mean rundown?
This time with Mickey's World of Writing. And we've kind of shown these the last little while here, but basically it's a cassette multimedia where they basically have the program load up and then it's displaying graphics. But in the meantime, there's audio tracks on the cassette after that. Using the motor on and audio on commands, actually will have speech and Mickey's voice and everything else while you're playing the game, which is pretty cool. So this was a whole series that Disney did back in the early 80s. So I'll just show you a few scenes here.
Curtis, were those done specifically for the color computer, or did other systems have that ability to do audio through their tape deck?
I honestly don't know.
Eyes were knighted years ago. There can
Is that
be
too
no
loud, or
other
is that?
letter with the order of the capital
That's good.
except me, the Knight of I.
Yeah, I don't recall if the Commodore 64 would let you play the audio through or not. I know the Apple.
No.
Yeah, the Apple doesn't. No.
Now, all this
The Commodore 64 and Atari,
Go ahead.
and Atari both have
king of Wordland was
custom
watching with it.
cassettes that are digital.
Oh, so they wouldn't be able to play audio through either? Or?
No.
Okay.
They
And the Apple, the cassette strictly goes to the cassette tape reader.
Okay. So I guess these might have been unique to the CoCo Allen dance to kind of answer your question. I've never seen them on another platform, but that doesn't mean that they didn't attempt it and maybe just didn't do it without the speech stuff. But it's a pretty impressive looking thing. I mean, it's multimedia from 1983, so that's pretty early on. Next up, the Cuthbert Dragon YouTube channel has been doing their videos of actually playing on a real dragon on a real CRT with a camera propped up in front of it. So they're doing a lot of stuff we've covered before. They're doing a lot of CoCo games with the weird palette offsets because, of course, PAL didn't have the artifact colors, so you'll see some pretty strange color sets that we don't normally play here. But there was a couple there I hadn't seen before, so I thought I'd highlight 3 of them and play little bits of it. So the first one is Boris the Bold. I'll rewind it a bit here. He kind of blinks all the way through the instructions there, so we'll kind of ignore that.
It's a head with legs. Pretty quick.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it looks like a fairly interesting game. An original one anyway, as far as I know. I don't know if that's a port of anything, unless somebody here knows anything that looks like this.
I think that an Apple II game and they had an Atari version. There was one that would look similar to it, but the gameplay's slightly different. Can't remember what it's called though.
Yeah, I do know you have to make it to the bottom, then that says exit there, where that little doorway is to go on to the next level. But it looks like a pretty interesting game. What was the next one I had that I hadn't seen before? Star Defense. If I can find it here. And of course, they've added some more just today, so my list is actually a bit out of date already. Here we are. So this is a Defender style game that I'd not seen before. So the Dragon had a couple Defender games we never saw in North America. But But it looks like it plays pretty good. The explosions are actually pretty well done. They're nice animations. I wouldn't quite
Pretty
rank it with
decent
Guardian,
sound.
but yeah.
Colors aren't too bad either.
I don't know if Nick Marentes would agree with you on that. But and it supports 2 players too, so it's one you can play head-to-head with some people.
Is that running slow?
What do you mean?
Maybe the
Like
internet.
it's- I'm just wondering, is this how fast it really is, or is it just the?
No, this is real time on we're actually playing it on live hardware.
Yeah, but I'm just wondering if we're seeing the correct speed here, because that's a bit sluggish.
Oh, it's not sluggish here, so it must be the connection. Anyway, it's a pretty decent version of Defender I'd never seen before. So
sounds good.
Yeah, the sound effects sound very much like Defender.
And then the last one that I had on my list
Wait for
here
CoCo.
was
Breakout.
Yeah, I'm just trying to find it now because everything's shifted around since they updated.
Yeah, you just had Breakout and Circus Adventure.
Where are we here? If you see it before I do, let me know.
Control F.
Is it
Circus
alphabetical?
Adventure was up.
No, this is in order that they've uploaded, and they put some more up just this morning, so it's kind of moved everything around. Oh, here's Breakout.
There it is.
This is a rather interesting take on Breakout I hadn't seen before, so I've just figured, it's a P Mode 3 Breakout game. Nothing special, right? The bricks actually scroll down onto the screen.
Oh.
So
That's
it's
cool.
a little extra.
And the ball speed, I'm not sure if it's dependent on the brick color you hit, but the ball speed can actually switch between normal speed and double speed, which is another little interesting gameplay mechanic you don't often see.
And if you get behind them, they ricochet. Take out a few more.
Yep, like that.
Yeah, there's the red one, so now all of a sudden you're going double kick, and then if you hit a blue one again, it slows back down. So it's kind of got a predecessor to Arkanoid kind of thing.
Whoa, going nuts there.
Yeah, that's when you hit the red one. But the whole scrolling on as you go, that's kind of a neat technique I hadn't seen before. So that was kind of cool. So there's that one. What was the last one there, Mark?
Circus Adventure.
Okay.
Are all these games downloadable from somewhere there?
I haven't checked the Dragon Archive yet, and some of them might need some conversions. So we'll have to see. I do. One of the things I'm going to do this next month is concentrate on the games page. I'm also going to start trying to see if I can port some Dragon games we haven't seen, and make sure that we're going to CoCo like fix any keyboard issues. Whatever.
Now, Curtis, you already covered Dragon games on your site, right? Are you going to start adding more? Or?
Yeah. Well, I'm going to port them over so that they work on both. That's what I've been helping, port the other directions. So.
Okay. I'm just asking that your site would be a good reference for Dragon people looking for background.
Well, there's a lot of games in common between the two
right.
that were sold between both. So, but some of them do need a little bit of patching to make them smooth on each. Okay. So this one's a little Circus Adventure, as it's called. It's kind of a low-res text adventure, and it's actually meant for 4 to 8-year-olds. It's meant as a beginner's adventure, so it gets kind of cutesy in spots too. But it's kind of an interesting one. They got some nice little graphics they draw there for the young kids at the time to try. And a little bit of music. I thought it was nicely presented, and it doesn't actually have the get thing, drop thing, inventory type thing. It's actually just gives you an option, like you pick 1 or 2 or 3 choices. It's more like a choose your own adventure style, so it's a bit easier for younger kids to get into. So I thought that was probably kind of a cool one. And I'm just gonna take a quick look now that they've uploaded these new ones, see if there's anything else here. If you guys see anything that we've never seen before, looks like
What's it? Scramble.
Cool. That's the Tom Mix Scramble game that was on the CoCo 2. I think Mooncrest is the only one that was Dragon unique out of the new ones. And I think we've shown that one before. It was actually official arcade license. I think we showed it about January or something. So that'll do for now. But it's an interesting page to keep up on because they've actually got a few that we haven't seen on some of the other Dragon YouTube video pages before. So, and speaking of the Dragon, Rob's Retro Rambles did Cuthbert in Space, and of course he's got his uniquely humorous take on describing these things, and his whole lava
Hello,
lamp
yes.
and fancy setup there.
This is Cuthbert in Space. Because I've been told I really should check out the I can't even talk. The Cuthbert series. So here we are. I think Cuthbert in Space is the first one. So yeah, seemed as good a place as any.
It actually wasn't, and Cuthbert was a generic term. I mean, the newsletter that Dragon put up was actually a Cuthbert related in name too, and some of them were ports from CoCo games. Like I think Trapfall became Cuthbert in the Jungle type of thing. And then some of them were original Dragon games that we never saw here. So I think this was one of the original ones. I'll just fast forward the actual gameplay a bit here.
All the way through. Oh, that looks about right.
Actually, maybe I'll go a little bit further because
okay.
he was still figuring out how to play
Okay.
there at the beginning.
You should be able to see that. There we go. Do I... J for joystick? Whoa, okay. Yeah, yeah, that didn't go too well, did it? Nothing's happening on the... Do I have the joystick in
Yeah,
the
you
wrong
have to switch the
port,
joystick
by any
ports. Let me
chance?
just fast forward a bit.
Good thing
So
I
basically,
don't
you have to go collect the gold
sing
bricks,
these.
bring them back one at a time to your ship.
Unlike
And as he later
that
discovers,
game's
you can
rewards
actually
that
fire and try to
from
shoot the
a
things that
while
are trying to
ago.
collide with you. And then
game
there's
where he
also a
was
bonus round where you're trying to
jetpack
collect
guy
falling
and he
things
was
while dodging
flying
everything
around
and don't
trying
hit
to
the
get from one side of the
platforms.
screen to the other.
Just fast forward a bit here.
And
Find one of
anytime
those.
okay.
Pretty decent sound
Probably
effects.
meant to be speech of some kind.
That's part of the demo.
It's not brilliant, but it kind of works.
Here he's figured out how to fire.
But to think what
Which makes a huge difference.
is Cuthbert,
And this is the one where you have to collect the
clone, by
falling
any chance?
objects while shooting the things
We
coming
have several
sideways
of
at
them.
you at the same time. Anyway, he does really awesome reviews because he's kind of figuring out the game as he plays, so he eventually usually gets there, but he has a quirky sense of humor about it too, which is kind of makes it much more interesting to listen to. And then another Dragon user also did a Phantom Slayer playthrough here, and this is the first. They just started their page literally this last week, and they've got some more modern games, and this is the one Dragon game they had on it. We've kind of seen Phantom Slayer multiple times before with Ben Drakes, who's in chat as well. But it was just kind of neat seeing somebody else is trying out the Dragon, and they're in the UK, so I don't know if they grew up with it or not. But I'm going to keep an eye on their channel and see if they've got any more Dragon videos coming up, and see if they got some unique games there too. So, and just a brief screenshot for those who have not seen Phantom Slayer before. It's 3D maze, shoot phantoms type thing. So. This next one here, if Robert's on the panel, I wouldn't mind him giving a bit of an update here. He's doing a blog on a game port he's doing. From what is it, a NEC PC 6001, I believe?
Yep, that's the one. So Jim Gary did a port of this game called Nostromo, which is arguably the first survival horror video game on computers from 1981. And being a fan of the movie Alien, of course, naturally, I got interested in it. So I've been trying to go back through the original source code and port it over to the CoCo 1, 2, and 3. And over the last month, I spent a lot of time, as I say in the blog here, hitting the books on how the CoCo 3 draws graphics, which basically is taking on the gimme chip for MMU, palette, and then the actual drawing into the frame buffer. So I kind of go through what I've been up to over the month doing that, figuring out how to get a video mode set up, get the base registers right, then work on the palette. And, once I'm able to do that, I tried first putting one 8K bank at a time up and writing into and out of that and using most of the workspace RAM for something else. And that didn't work out too well. So I went back to the drawing board and set up a full 24K screen. I talked to Nick Marentes a little bit about it over the month, and got some tips from the pros on how you set up and deal with CoCo 3 screens. And by the end, I get down to actually drawing the bits of the NEC font. So basically you go through the iterations of trying to make it all work, and there are generally failures. And then at some point, if you keep at it, you'll start to win. So I was able to start getting the NEC font on the screen, and by the end of the month, I had the entire font pack up and was able to draw in all 16 colors active across the thing. So I've got the screen is basically where I'm at, and I can start actually drawing the game screens and move towards working on controls and stuff like that.
So are you making a CoCo 1.2 and a CoCo 3 version, or did you try the CoCo 1.2 and now you're switching to the CoCo 3?
No, I'm trying. So in one of the earlier entries, I talk about bringing that same font image up, but on the Resolution Graphics 6, or what they call P Mode 4 screen. So then even beyond that, I've got some just plain text versions. So I'm trying to do where the one binary, I guess what you called it was a fat binary one time.
Yeah.
One program can basically find out what kind of machine it's on and then pick the right display for that, and then use the same game logic and routines to drive it regardless of which display is available.
Okay, cool. That's nice that you're actually doing it with for all the CoCo platforms, but also doing enhancements for the CoCo 3 side of it.
Well, a lot of just game logic and stuff comes from the original is basic. It's a basic program that has like 8 different assembly language routines behind it that are handling the logic on a very slow Z80. The NEC PC6000 is known to be just a very slow machine. And it had extended basic like you would see on a CoCo. So it has a lot of capability. But whenever they started trying to do anything interesting, they ended up going to the Z80 assembly to try to get it done quicker. So the alien AI is in assembly and stuff like that. So it looked like a really good candidate to say all of the parts that are hard can be done on all 3 platforms. The only difference between them would really be the graphics.
Okay, cool. I'm looking forward to seeing this. Actually, I haven't played it in any NEC PC 6001 games, so I've seen some pretty interesting ones from I think High Retro Game Lord.
If you have an MC10,
That's the same as the NEC Trek.
Yes. Well, yeah, mostly. I think there is some slight differences because of the ROMs and some of the stuff in the memory map between America and the Japanese games. But I believe the Japanese games will play on it, but they may not display right. But I'm not an expert on the NEC Trek. I've been using an actual PC 6001 emulator. And the screenshot that you just rolled up is what it looks like on the original machine. So even though it's a 6847 style video chip, because it has additional character set ROMs, it's almost kind of like doing a CoCo VGA thing.
Yeah, I was just going to say that.
And getting all of the color and all of those images really starts to only become possible with the CoCo 3's Gimme chip, but you can get the game to look and play the same on all 3 platforms. You just get more and more fidelity to the original. So yeah, that's what I was up to this month, and I'm trying to just keep some notes. On the Discord channel, there's been some folks asking about like Gimme MMU programming and things like that. So as I'm figuring it out, I've been sharing that. And so there's been several other people already riding along with me on this, which has been kind of fun.
Cool. Are you doing these blogs like about once a month, or is there a set schedule, or do you just kind of do them as you make an achievement?
Kind of all the above. I just started it last month and had to do a couple of catch-up posts that kind of ramped everything up on how I got into where I'm at anyway. But I'm kind of aiming at about once a month. But again, I'm trying to just steal from experts, and Nick Marentes puts his blogs up when there's kind of milestones, and that seems like it'd be worth doing too. So if I don't have anything particularly milestone wise, I'll probably just do a fairly regular update. But if there's a milestone, then I'll hit that as well. And this just coincided with both because I got all the screens up and running in all 3 machines, and it came up to right about the end of the month.
Okay, cool. We'll definitely keep an eye on that and keep us posted on updates. And if I happen to miss one of your blog updates here and not have it on the GameON segment, just pipe in and let me know. We can bring it up.
Appreciate the shout out.
Next up, and this could be a little bit of a discussion topic, I guess. Erico, after completing the outhouse that Nick had mentioned was their, the contest winner for the GameON challenge this week for the top 3 players, now wants to do an actual real CoCo game, and he figured that a good genre to do would be fighting games because there wasn't a ton of them for the CoCo. There were some, and there's a few on the Dragon too that are a bit more unique. So he kind of goes through some pictures that he put up here of some fighting games, like Dino Wars is one of the original ones from way back. Which actually has 3D and you get to walk in the distance and stuff. It's 2-player only. Pretty cool. This is Karate by Dicom Products, which is a clone of arcade game, Karate Champ, I believe it's called.
Yep.
This is Kung Fu Dude by Sundog and Glenn Dahlgren, which I think was one of the last CoCo 1 and 2 games that he did. And I happened to catch it mid-frame, so of course it divided this guy's body in half as it was drawing it. Oops. Come Guide to be Ninja, which is both a disc-based game, and it's actually also included in the Ease of Use Beta 5, which we'll be talking about a little bit later on the show. So that's probably one of the better ones. Ninja Warrior, which is actually one of my favorites from back in the day. It's kind of cheesy graphics-wise, but it's a hell of a lot of fun, and it keeps getting more difficult, more things as you go. Not strictly a fighting game per se, though you do get to attack the people, but you're basically dodging and jumping and stuff too. This is Knockout, which is a clone of Punch-Out. This is from Dicom Products, one of his earlier games from Dave Dies. And WrestleManiac, which is also from Dicom, but done by Kevin Hoare. And this is one I never got that good at because it's one of those ones where you have like 50 bazillion different joystick combos to when you hit the buttons at certain times and move it in certain directions to make certain moves, and I never was good at memorizing all those things. So in the comments, they've been asking about, what type of a game or what clone of a game would you like to see? And also, has there been any other ones that he may have missed? And I think I posted a few. I'm just trying to find them in the comments here. There's suggestions here. Like Champion, but Champion's not really a fighting game per se. It's more of a strategy game. It just shows some stuff. It's a superhero game, also by Sundog Systems. And then I'd mentioned the few in the Dragon here, like the Shao. How do you pronounce it? Shaolin? Not sure.
Shaolin, yeah.
Shaolin Master, which there was 2 versions for the Dragon, which is also a karate style game, but with a lot more jumping moves and stuff. Actually, they look pretty good, and that's one of the ones I was thinking about trying to make sure I can port over to the CoCo over this next month as I concentrate on the games page. That may be one that I might see. I don't know if it needs any patches to work or not, but that's one I'll definitely take a look at. And there's another one that somebody did try to do Kung Fu Master on the Dragon 2. We showed it once before, and apparently it's either a little bit buggy or too slow. I can't remember. There was some issue with it. So that might be one I'll take a look at as well. First of all, does anybody on the panel know any other fighting style games in the CoCo 1-2 that have not been mentioned on here? Because he would like to know if there's any others. And then also, do you have any suggestions for port that'd be a good thing to do in a CoCo 1 or 2? Like, I think he wants to stick with the CoCo 1 and 2, not make it a CoCo 3 only release. So, take into consideration the limitations of the hardware. Any suggestions of what games could be ported?
He wants to do a semi-graphics port? Is that what he wants to do? Or
he didn't mention semi-graphics specifically, but knowing him, probably. There's been some suggestions like, I can't pronounce these names, Karateka? Karateka? Sure.
Okay. I guess that's something to think about and reply back to his post.
I mean, Dino Wars, people have sort of an affinity to that game. That's one of the definitive CoCo games.
Yeah, it's a love-hate relationship though, because a lot of people hate the game that they used to, famously use it as a replacement card for something else.
Yeah.
Myself, I always like it. Young kids love that game; they just love it.
So yeah, I mean, I'd personally say Dino Wars would be a good.
I noticed Amigos, Aaron in the chat there mentions that something like Barbarian would be a good choice. And I'm sure there's some Apple II fighting games that probably be a good choice too. I mean, Last Ninja is one that almost got finished, but due to tight deadlines and incomplete specs, it never got completely finished. And I don't even know if that's still around, because that passed around a couple of the computer CoCo programmers back in the day, with Steve Bjork being the last one, and it wasn't completed. And he did demo it once at a CoCo Fest. There's actually a video done by Alan Huffman actually on my website showing it in game play as far as it had gotten. But I know his storage unit got broken into afterwards, so I don't even know if that exists anymore. That video might be the only thing left.
Well, there was also like Yayar Kung Fu and International Karate on the Commodore 64 that have a pretty huge following. So it might be fun to see the Yayar Kung Fu, for example, ported over to the CoCo, because that one had 3 different fighters going, and you could have 2 players with a computer player. And that's just a lot of fun, doing roundhouse kicks and knocking everybody down. So that one tends to always show up in ever the little collections and things.
Yeah, I mean, please feel free to join the discussion on Facebook. Give him some suggestions. Like I said, I'm not sure if he's shooting for semi-graphics or if he's going to do a P mode 3 or 4 or something. Maybe just ask him that too. But yeah, I'm sure there's some good suggestions there. And he's really, if he does a semi-graphics version, he's really good at designing semi-graphics. So it'd be really cool to see what he can do with that, like he did.
I'd kind of like to see a semi-graphics fighting game, because there's a screenshot out there where somebody had mocked up Street Fighter in semi-graphics that just looks like it would be fun to play. It's just not a game, it's just a screenshot. So
yeah, I can't remember if that was Erico himself, or that might have been Matchy, because Matchy was fiddling with a lot of semi-graphics stuff back in the day too. So and he was actually doing the programming behind. He was doing little demos and stuff. He had a pole position style game too. So
yeah.
Anyway, definitely join the discussion on there. Give your suggestions. If you can think of any other CoCo or Dragon games that I've missed that are in the fighting genre that you can add to the list too, just so we know what has been done already. And the last one here, this can be a little bit of a discussion topic, or you can just go onto the Facebook page and add to it. Carlos Camacho is trying to make a database of games and what ones required specific peripherals. Now, that does not include RAM. That's a separate section, like how much RAM it requires. But he's trying to figure out, what categories of hardware were either recommended or, a decent option for somebody, but not required for the game, or were required, like say the, the Master, Sega Master System light gun was required for the DICOM shoot 'em games with the gun. So he's got stuff like, if it has special options for the sound speech pack, did it, require a Gimme X or a CoCo VJ, because they're using special modes like Stevie's Bomb game. So there's a bunch of things there, and he's been trying to get some feedback on it, and people have been adding stuff and mentioning specific games, like which ones require certain things. So there's a whole list of stuff he's compiling, and then people have been adding on to it, and also ones that are optional, like you can play some games with the Koala Pad that would normally just use a Black Beauty joystick or something like that. So you can mention that kind of thing too. But definitely go through and add anything you've got there. I don't know if anybody here has any memories of games that required or really played better with certain specific hardware that wasn't the standard, Black Beauty and a deluxe joystick type thing. I know the Wyco trackball, in my case, for some of the Centipede and Polaris type games really works well. That was one I would use quite a bit. Okay, if there's none on the panel there, feel free to join in the Facebook discussion there. And I'm hoping it publishes that database later so that we can all see, recommended controllers for certain games and which ones required special things. And that's all I have for the GameON news.
Okay, why don't we take a commercial break, and then Curtis will do the news right afterwards.
Sounds good.
You are watching CoCoTALK, the world's leading weekly video podcast, featuring the Tandy Color computer. We spread the love to the past, present, and future for all models, including the original color computer, the CoCo 3, and the world-renowned exclusive French-Canadian CoCo 2, the Radio Shack.
We'll return after these announcements.
What's going on, everybody? The Original Gamer Stevie Stroh here, and I want to talk to you about I'mACoconut.com. If you love the color computer like I love the color computer, then you got to visit I'mACoconut.com, your one-stop shop for all of your Tandy color computer links needs. There you'll find links to blogs and podcasts and project sites and emulators and downloads and groups and communities. If you love the color computer, head on over to I'mACoconut.com. That's IMACoconut.com. Tell them the Original Gamer Stevie Stroh sent you. CoCo forever, people.
Hey there, it's Andrew here with the Tandy speech and sound cartridge that I won from CoCoTALK Live. So next time, make sure to tune in. It may change your life.
CoCo 2's got personality, lots of practicality, fun, it's sensational, learn it's educational. CoCo 2's expandable, so easily commandable. It's programmable. programmable, so term exam grammable. Just you and CoCo to do what you want to do.
CoCo 2, the color computer with personality from Radio Shack. Sale price for Christmas giving from $149.95.
Radio Shack's CoCo to do what you want to do. Just you and CoCo 2.
A Boomerang Memory Board. BoysOnTech.com production.
They came for us in broad daylight. Hungry. Wanting. More member, they said. More power. Proper design. At an affordable price. We took shelter. They were unstoppable. They're coming back for more.
In 2019, what goes around comes around. Boomerang 512 Classic, $15, 2 megabytes for $49. Available now. Boomerang Mania is real.
Hi, this is Antonio Jimenez, author of such projects such as the Stevie Throw Devil and the SD Pack, and you are watching CoCoTALK. 3, 2, go.
From around the world, what you need to know. Get caught up on News with L. Curtis Boyle.
And now a Muppet News Flash.
Hello, everyone. Let me get my screen share going here. Oh, can't yet do it yet. You'll have to shut yours off.
You're good.
Okie dokie. Okay, first up, Canadian Retro Things, who's actually joined us in the Discord, has got a couple of new videos up. The first one here kind of goes through using an iPad as his source for loading cassette-based programs, and then he had some issues with it, so he started going through how to tweak settings and stuff like that to get it to work. And he's going like true retro, using cassette-based stuff to load his games, and he kind of goes through a description of it, and then shows it actually working. So if you're using this type of method to load stuff in, he's also got the real cassette recorder too, but there's some certain tweaks of settings of volumes and stuff that you have to do to make things work smoother if you're using like a modern phone or a tablet device to do it. So it's a pretty good video.
I wonder if that would help me with my MC10 because I have a hard time loading programs in.
It might be worthwhile for you to check it out then. And he's also in Discord now, so you can ask him, in person if he has any, personal tweaks for what you're specifically hitting.
Yeah.
And then his second video here was going through his retro collection, and he's got multiple machines, which you can see here. So he's got an Apple IIc, I believe that is. Mark, you can correct me if I'm wrong.
Sorry, yeah, that looks like an Apple IIc, the original one with the 5 1/4 drive.
Yeah, and then an Atari, I'm not sure which model that is. He
XEGS.
mentions specifically in the video, I just can't remember.
Yeah, it's one of the later Ataris, not the early 400 or 6 or 800.
It's the game
1040 or something, is it? Or
oriented one.
1040 ST.
That's the last one.
Let's see, does he actually mention it down here? Nope.
I think it's like an XEGS or something like that.
More importantly, there's an MC10.
Yep. and the thing is, he goes through each of his machines. He kind of goes over, what the nostalgia is for him on each one. And then he picks, which one has the best history with him and which one has the most nostalgia with him. And of course, the CoCo wins. So we have to.
Yay.
It's a good entertaining video though, because he kind of goes through his history, using computers as a youngster and stuff, and when he got it and where he got introduced to each type, etc. So definitely worth a check out. Next up, our own Stevie Stroh here did a couple of videos, some informational, educational videos. Thankfully, none of them were about game playing because they'd be kind of short. So his first one here he did is for using a Wi-Fi card in the CoCo SDC for development. And this is, of course, where you, instead of just having a plain old SD card, you have to sneakernet back and forth between your PC or Mac development system if you're, editing on a modern editor, and then, taking it sneakernet over to your actual CoCo SDC and trying it on the real hardware. This actually lets you transmit it wirelessly to the SD card. So he kind of goes through using some utilities that I think John Strong provided.
From around the world, what you need to know.
I'll let him, when he's on next week, maybe go through it in more detail, and maybe do a kind of a live brief tutorial of it type thing, or you can just watch the tutorial itself. But it's a pretty interesting look at the, the modern ways you can do development now with the SDC and not have to keep transferring cards back and forth between machines. And then his second informational video here is on using Pi drive wire, DW term, which Mikey has highlighted earlier, and BBSing online, which are all things he had never done before in the CoCo. When he got into the BBSing scene, he was already on his Tandy 1000, so he missed the whole, Ultimate term and Mikey term and Greggy term and everything else from back in the day. So he has a really good video here on how to get the, Pi drive wire running, which is Mikey's product, and then using that shared connection to go through the PC to then use DW term through drive wire to go telnet BBSing. And I think he's using the CoCo 3 version of, CoCo 3 version of DW term here, and with some of the ANSI colors and stuff, not the full ANSI graphics yet, and shows you how to do all that. So,
on that topic, I'm being curious. It's probably not possible, but I wonder if it is possible to connect multiple CoCos to one drive wire, or was that not a doable thing?
Mikey, what's the answer to that? Because I don't have a clue.
Multiple COM ports will work.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I was actually watching on YouTube. I just got the question. What was?
Yes, you can.
Yeah, connecting multiple CoCos to one drive wire computer.
Yes.
Oh, cool.
Ask them for details, because obviously I don't have a clue.
Yeah, Mikey, you don't sound so good. You sound like David.
I've got 4 CoCos and I've got 2 CoCo SDCs. So I need to I need a solution for the other 2. So I was thinking about connecting 2 of them to a drive wire PC.
Well, you should connect all 4.
You can do that. Just put HCP host in a ROM pack.
I suppose I could do that and have the CoCo SDCs in there at the same time, couldn't I?
Yes.
Excellent.
Sorry about the delay.
I'll have to pick your brains about that, Mikey. I'll get in touch with you during the week about it.
Yes,
and that's a good plug for the Discord server, because all these people are on there, and if you have questions, you can actually ask the original authors of the hardware and the software, and directly the questions that you want. It's a really active community.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, we'll do.
Next up, Terry Trapp, who's active in the Facebook page, has actually been doing some CoCo-related videos on his Terry's Workbench. This first one here is recapping the entire CoCo 2, and he goes through some of the history of his CoCo 2 and going through it. It's over an hour long, just to give you a warning there. But if you're into the hardware electronic stuff and you want to watch somebody, desolder and solder a ton of stuff on a CoCo 2 motherboard, this is your jam. I definitely won't play the whole hour in a bit here, but I'll just show you a few little screenshots here. So,
going for the record episode of CoCoTALK.
Yeah, we'll make that a segment. But he goes through like the chips on the board, and he had to upgrade this particular one he'd received to extended basic. So he shows you where that socket is and to put it in type thing. So it is actually a pretty interesting video. And then he did a second video here where he had a VDG that there's some corrosion on the socket. So it starts doing some weird things. And if he holds his finger on the VDG chip and pushes it down so it makes a better connection, it clears right up. And as soon as you let go, it starts going snaky. So in his case, it was affecting how the cursor looks. So I can find,
connection. And
you can see it's flat. Instead of flashing colors, it's flashing through characters like slashes and stuff.
On the
and there's a picture of the VDG socket.
That would be the top bit.
In the chip, like it was.
The high bit for the.
I think the green pins kind of give it away.
This is just the rattiest color computer stand. Okay, it is horrible. This thing was in super bad shape. I bought
not
it
as bad as
to rob the
Jason's
salt chip out of for my CoCo 3.
Or Simon's ant infested. Was it C64?
Piece of trash. All right, you see that? Boom, right back.
So that's when he presses down on it, and then he
Take
lets
pressure
go
off,
and goes back.
Goes away. Put the pressure back. There we go.
Clothespin.
That'd be
So
that'd be
Put
a
clothespin
cool
on
little
it.
hack. It'd be a cool little hack to actually make a mod to make it actually deliberately do that.
Yeah, you could just shut the pin or the bit 8 or the highest bit off or on.
That's the data line.
Anyway, it's pretty cool, diagnosing that. Like, that's one of the things that you can check if you're having some hardware issues, you stuck bits or that kind of thing, and a visual effect you can see from it. Plus, I'm just happy that Terry's actually doing videos. I don't know if he's done any previous to these two here this last week, but if he's starting to regularly do CoCo hardware videos, I'm all for that.
Has anybody thought of making the OS9 prompt flash?
You mean turning blink on?
Yeah, because it doesn't, right? It's just blue.
Well, the reason they did that is they wanted to be consistent across a graphics window and a hardware text window. And on a graphics window, you have to manually redraw that every time, which would slow things down. So that's the reason they didn't do it there.
Makes sense.
Now, some people have requested an underline cursor as an option, and I might work on that in beta 6. I haven't decided yet. Next one up, TJB Chris, who we put a lot of his videos on before, and he's actually joined Discord recently now too, so you can also talk to him about it too. But he takes a CoCo 2 here, which he's got a CoCo 3 keyboard slapped into it, and he actually takes out the RF modulator and upgrades it with Ed Snyder's composite board, which is kind of related to what Jason was mentioning earlier, I think. So here, takes it out and goes through desoldering the original RF modulator.
And the B is
it's
getting
not fun
smaller and
getting out of
smaller
there
as it
either.
goes.
Yeah.
That was not fun.
And this is the Ed's or Zipter Zone, if you want to call them that, the composite board, which actually has an audio out jack on it too.
Well, actually, what that jack is, that's like a headphone style jack, and then you need one of those cables that has 2 RCAs on it, so you have your audio and video on the same cable.
And it's
so you don't have to. So you don't have to modify the case.
Right. So it still fits in the RCA jack hole. It works great. I have one.
Okay, cool. I don't actually have one. So I have the CoCo VGA, so that's good to know.
That's a CoCo 2B with the T1 chip in it there, that XC80, blah, blah, blah. That's the T1.
Oh, yeah.
I had my composite board put in my T1 also.
Yeah, that's a really good idea, using a 3.5 mil stereo jack for the video and audio.
Yeah, and there's the fitting into that sock or that slot, I guess, on the case there. We'll let him modify the case and cut things.
Whose composite board is that?
Zipster's, Ed Snyder.
Ed Snyder, yeah.
Yeah, I think he cloned it for the idea from the composite board than those modded ones like Terry was showing or Brian was showing earlier.
Looks like he finished his liquid courage too for soldering. So
yeah, he mentioned that's absolutely necessary to doing these projects. So, but he gets a really nice clear picture out of it. And as he mentions here, stop now unless you want to watch my poor commentary in Tier 30 Color Baseball, because he basically starts doing live play-by-play announcement of the demo running. And he did apologize. His camera is not separating yellow and green very well. He said it looks much better in person than it showed up on the camera video here. So, but it looks like a really clean signal. So it looks impressive, especially if you're used to the old RF noise interference you normally get on the RF modulator.
Yeah, absolutely.
Now, this was an interesting post from Michael Pitsley, who we covered earlier on in an earlier segment on Game On there. He's the one who did the Mickey's, multimedia game through the cassette deck. But he found this on eBay, and this custom mod, I have no idea what that is. And he was asking if anybody else might know it. Do you guys have any idea looking at that connector?
I believe that's a Becker port.
Put up the case and see what's going on in there.
we're going to find out because I think Brian Weasler bought it.
Oh, did he?
Yep, that is correct. Yep, I picked that thing up. It will be here Tuesday. So
cool. We'll have to do a follow-up next week then.
I will do that. Be happy to.
That's the outlet for the turbo blow-off valve for the overclocking.
I'm pretty sure that's the ever elusive Becker port.
Yeah, the picture's not clear enough to see if it's like 5. It looks like it's 5 pins. that's on there, and some people were commenting that it might have been like a composite output of some sort, from the internally, and they had their own custom connector. But I'll be sure to follow up.
Yeah, when you bring it on the show next week, maybe make sure the screws are the case. You can actually show us the mod from the inside too, so we can get the hardware experts to chime in on that. I'm really curious on that one.
Yep.
Looks like a pretty clean machine.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
It's definitely an F board because it has the labels on the back as the black, stick-on stuff, not the etched in the plastic thing like the older CoCo 1 and 2s. But
yeah, and this one here is actually it's a 302 or a 3002, 26 3002. So it's one that I didn't have, and that was the main reason why I wanted to pick it up. But then this just makes kind of an interesting little twist to the story. So.
Yeah,
you can. Another giveaway that it's an F board too is it's got the silver surround around the keyboard rather than the black.
The black, yeah. Anyway, I'm really curious about that. So yeah, definitely bring that on next week, there, Brian. I'm really curious to see what that board is. Maybe it is a heatsink. Maybe overclocked it. I don't know.
Inquiring minds want to know.
It's where you plug the nitrogen in.
Yeah, like the nitrogen.
Tune in next week to find out.
Yep.
Cryogenically cooled 6809.
To be continued. This one here is by Travis. Now, is that Pop? I don't know how to pronounce his last name. Anybody else know?
I think he does Pope. Travis Pope.
Okay. So the Pope has his post here where he's showing his complete setup. Now, this is one of the cleanest, nicest CoCo setups where he's actually got multiple CoCos all set up. He's got a Wyco joystick, which Nick Morendi's really like. He's got, Ed Snyder's upgraded keyboard on the left there. Multi-packs. His CoCo 1 and 2, which also has a CoCo 3 keyboard in it, is actually playing, Ed's media player for the his sound card chip. It's a really nice looking setup. And these are all upgraded to 6309. He actually made our picture a bit artistic by doing it in black and white, which I thought was a rather interesting thing for a color computer.
It's got two colors.
Well, it's got a bunch of grays.
Yeah.
Did he not talk about the tower as a repack, or?
Yeah. They're all CoCos. Everything in there's a CoCo.
And a laser printer.
Yeah, I never got a laser printer running on my CoCo. I did get a more modern Canon inkjet running on it at one point, a 4100, which I actually wrote custom software for that was on my site years and years and years ago. But it's a really nice system. I like the fact he's got it so you can instantly get to all your CoCos all at once fairly easily there. And a mixture of old and new hardware, like older multi-packs, but with newer sound cards and CoCo VGAs and everything else. So
there's
nice
two towers that have been converted to CoCos in there, I think, isn't there? Both of them. I think they're both CoCos.
Could be. I'd love to get him on the show actually to kind of demonstrate some of this stuff here, because I mean, CoCo repacks in the 90s were done a lot. Like everybody was doing them into big tower cases and stuff like that. But it's kind of fallen out of favor the last 10, 15 years. You don't see them much anymore.
Yeah, I think it's people have gone back to the retro, the original look.
Yeah, I think like Paul Barton still does some of that kind of thing. But
yeah,
it's
Paul Barton has one.
I know Frank Swigert he had one that was actually a portable CoCo with a built-in 5-inch screen and a wooden case, and he used to bring it to CoCo Fest every year, running off batteries.
Oh, the Mac G4s, the one with the rounded cases with the really cool looking, the G4, the follow on to the G3. I've got two of them here. One of them still works, and it's got one of my Pro Tools rigs on it, and the other one was a spare parts one. So I'm actually going to take the motherboard out of that and do a CoCo repack into a G4 case.
Yeah, that'd be a cool project too. Anyway, hopefully we can get him on the shore sometime to talk about some of his upgrades. Next up, Rick Bagwell on Facebook is asking for some help in locating GemPrint 1.1, which was a print utility for the CoCo 1 and 2 and older Gemini printers. Now, on the archive, there is the newer Gemini drivers called Super Color GemPrint, which is for the Gemini cameras, Gemini Rainbow or something. I can't remember the name of it, but it was their color printer. And he still has an old Gemini printer, and he wants to actually run this. And he's got the manual that he bought originally, but he's lost the tape over the years. So if anybody has it, you can directly contact him on Facebook and send him a copy or put it on the archive. So anybody who wants to run an old Gemini printer on the CoCo can get it. Plus, it's just nice to have the archive have both the manual and the software instead of just the manual. And just late in the week here, CoCo Crew released their episode 59, which you can now download and listen to. This features the part 2 of their interview with Mark McDougall about his Night Lore port, and also includes an interview with George Dorner. I have not had a chance to listen to it yet because we released NitrOS9 literally the day after this came out, and then I've been busy answering questions like crazy on it on every single piece of media I have. So I haven't had a chance to listen to it yet, but I know the Mark McDougall part 1 was a pretty interesting interview, so I'm definitely looking forward to listening to that. This one here, I'm not even have a clue how to pronounce this name. Arturo Aguila? No idea.
Good. Arturo Aguilar. I don't know the last one.
Anyway, you mentioned that he rescued this beauty, as he calls it, which is basically a CoCo 1, the last 64K model style case from a university scrapyard. And this was one of the clones that was done as the Micro S. Is that an EP or CP?
Microsep.
BP, maybe.
Oh,
Like a what?
yeah, right. Look at the badge on
Microsep.
it. That's
SEP? SEP?
Yeah,
Okay.
SCP.
Now, it has a CoCo 3 keyboard, which is a little bit strange.
yeah, right.
So maybe it was just upgraded, but it's been well worn. You can see like the F1 key is quite worn, or something's been spilled on it or something, but
It looks like there's a chunk out of it.
could
Yeah,
be.
it does, doesn't it? Hmm.
It wasn't the scrapyard after all. It probably got crushed under some other things, but
The top left-hand corner of the case too looks like it's got a bit of there's something going on there.
yeah.
Some of those keys look a little weird, like Q and R, A. And then
Yeah,
a
like the
little bit
ours
at the
look like it's
bottom row.
depressed, like it's lost a spring or something like that. It's sunken. Q,
Yeah.
same
Definitely-
thing.
Definitely had a lot of use, that one, by the looks of it.
Now, is that a brand like there was a lot of clone brands in Central and South America because nobody wanted to pay Radio Shack for stuff. But is that a brand that anybody else here's heard of? Like we heard of the CP400 and a few others, so obviously, but that's not one I remember hearing about before.
No, those were distributed for school systems, public school systems in Mexico.
Oh, okay. So that was actually an educational one, kind of like the educational
1984,
CoCo we talked about
1985.
earlier.
Yes.
Okay,
The
cool.
thing that got my attention was there was a clone of the Color Computer 3 as well.
Yes.
Oh, I didn't know that. Is that the same company, the Micro SCP, or was that something else?
Yeah, that link he posted has like a timeline, and the first half of it is.
Oh, wait.
before all of this.
Rogelio's actually got one. I'm going to stop sharing and let him share this. I don't know. You can share back to me later afterwards.
I don't know. Yes.
Now, is that the 3 clone? So it's just a
Yes.
repack 3 with a different label.
It's the 3. Oh, sorry.
Oh, check out the bottom. That's cool.
Oh my goodness! Wow.
Oh, wow.
Wow.
Totally different stickers and everything.
That's a
Oh,
cool
But it-
sticker.
Very
Yeah,
nice.
but it's just a repackaged 3 as far as we can tell.
Yes. The only difference is the ROM. It has the banner that comes up on power up. It has some legend in Spanish for the
Okay.
for the school program, but everything else more or less is the same. So I'm planning to get a dump of the ROMs and put them somewhere in the archive, maybe.
Oh, cool.
And I see the warranty seal has been broken.
Yes, I opened it.
Very nice. Thanks for
So
sharing that.
How popular were these in schools in Mexico during the day?
They at least I know that the college school I attended to back in 84, 89, they received like 30 of those units. Monitor, the computer, and the tape recorder. They were supposed to also receive disk drives. But by then it was a government program, so it really faded out really fast, and they moved into compatible IBM PCs. So what happened to all that stock of computers? I was surprised to see this post on Facebook because I had not seen anything from anybody else. Maybe a lot of those computers are just wasted away in warehouses, if they exist at all. Because I'm talking about these computers were 1984, 1986 at the latest. So it's been a long time.
Okay, that'd be cool if they're still around, though, especially with the custom ROMs.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to do the dump this week and post it.
Okay, cool. Thanks. And thanks for showing off your CoCo 3 one. I didn't even know that one existed until just now.
Yeah, that silver sticker looks really cool.
Try to get some pictures too of everything in there.
Cool. And Alan Huffman, you want to kind of describe what we're about to show here? I'm going to show just a little clip there, but I'll let you talk first.
Oh, right. Okay, so there's a YouTube shows me random things, and it showed me a Knight Rider video recently. And it was documenting a Knight Rider display that was at Universal Studios in Hollywood from the mid-'80s until about 1995. And you could go and sit in this car and have your picture taken and actually have a conversation with the Knight Rider kit car. And while I was watching the video, the video is of guys that were coming out to refurbish the car and give it a detail makeover. While he's sitting in the car, the cameraman moves around and goes over his side, and it looks like a color computer running the audio spectrum analyzer. And I found another close-up later on in the video. It's definitely audio spectrum analyzer. They just covered up the bevel so it doesn't show the writing. And I found an earlier photo online that actually showed the colors correct. So that monitor had just worn out. So between this and somebody in the Facebook group saying they saw one in a kit car on display at a car show, it looks like whoever was building these was putting CoCos in it. So somewhere in there, there's a CoCo. And this particular vehicle, the Knight Rider historians say, was screen used. It was actually used in an episode of Knight Rider. Then it went off to be retrofitted for display in the amusement park. So I'm hoping to contact them and find out if they know the company that did it and see if anybody remembers going down to Radio Shack and going, this'll work.
And from watching the video, it's actually doing it live. Like, it's not just displaying a pre-recording of audio spectrum. It actually reacts to the voice of the guy in the car. So it's actually running live.
Yeah, there was a remote operator that would talk to you through it. And you can hear them while they're working on it, talking about what bad shape the car is. The guy that's operating the car voice is going, yeah, they don't take good care of me anymore.
That's cool.
And if I remember correctly, some of the people that commented that they'd seen this display back in the day actually were in Australia. So this must have toured worldwide type of thing. I think they had like 30 different cars. They were kind of clones of each other. But I think it was Chad Edwards had mentioned that he'd seen
it. Yep.
And David, I think you said you saw it too, but you never got inside the car back in the day.
But
yeah,
see,
it was at Expo in '88, and we saw it there.
Yeah, but what's interesting is there were multiple versions of the touring car, because they have another video that I watched getting excited where they got one and they took it all apart to restore it. And it had a completely different inside. It did not have that TV screen or anything. It had an actual dancing red lines that looked very much like the one from the TV series. So, and it just was playing a musical loop and the lights would bounce to that. So there were multiple versions of the touring car. And that makes it really confusing because I want to find out what company did this.
Cool. I did get to sit in one of those. They had it sitting out on a little island at Universal Studios.
That's the one.
Yep, I remember sitting in that. I've got a picture of me in it somewhere. I'll have to look and see if I can find that.
Do you remember if Audio Spectrum was in that at that time, Terry?
Yeah, I actually remember thinking that it looked a heck of a lot like my CoCo screen, but I'd completely forgotten about that. So I'll look. Hopefully, I took a picture of that screen a little closer.
And Alan does have a better picture, a better screenshot of the screen actually on Facebook. So please follow up on that. But it's a really cool bit of history, and it's one of the other places where the CoCo showed up in Hollywood, besides like Revenge of the Nerds and some TV shows and stuff.
Jump to 43 minutes.
43?
Yeah, there it is. Somewhere in there, there's right around 43 minutes is they get in the car and there's a pretty good close-up of the screen. He'll pan over in a minute. So it's just curious. Yeah, it's just curious that, somebody there knew about this program. And I want to ask Steve Bjork if he knew about this because he was a local and went to Universal Studios. I wonder if he ever cared about Knight Rider and found that one of his programs was on display at Universal. There it is. To the right, to the right.
I wonder if Steve was involved in actually commissioning it. maybe.
Well, that's what I'm curious about, because the company he was working for got brought in on all kinds of projects because they were in Hollywood.
Hmm.
That looks like the Spy Hunter console there. Oil slick and
smoke release. Oil slick.
It's too bad the videotape's degraded a bit there. That keeps fuzzing out. But
Yeah, they used to tour those cars at the auto shows, and you could pay a few bucks and sit in it and get a photo taken. But when I did that, all the internal displays were off. So
Yeah, and so I'm going to write these guys. I commented once about it and see, because the guy that has Knight Rider Historians owns this vehicle now.
There we go.
So he would have known exactly what was inside.
cool.
Hmm.
That's definitely a bit of history, though. That's a pretty good feather in Steve's cap too.
Absolutely.
Anyway, thanks for sharing that, Alan. Next up, we got a couple stories out of the Dragon group from Tony Jewell. So his first year is photos of his Wi-Fi enabled Dragon getting onto the net using the CompuSense View Data software. And he actually pulls up a weather report, which actually does it in kind of a chunky graphics here, showing the UK. And he's got his Dragon, of course, painted black with a mini MPI on it. So it's kind of following what Steve did, logging in online with the older equipment here, or Mikey's doing with through DriveWire and our Pi DriveWire and DW term. Kind of the similar situation. And then his second one, I thought this was a cool project. He's actually got a power supply here that he cuts slots in, so he can actually basically make it into his own, multi-pack built into his power supply. So that's kind of an interesting. That's an industrial strength multi-pack, made out of metal. That's the way real men do it. So
it looks like a light.
It's a metal pack.
What's that sticker on the front? Looks like a laser. It's a bit hard to tell. It's really small here, but looks like a laser
it just
warning
says
sticker on the front of
disconnect power supply before removing covering.
Oh, okay.
This is the Tandy tradition. We'll put the RAM in with the power supply in this other box, and we'll run a cable over there.
Of course, the only real reason I'm showing is because he's running NitrOS9 on the screen, of course. So that I have the hardware's just incidental. I like his Black Dragon too. That looks really cool. That was a nice
Curtis's hidden agenda.
Black Dragon.
The Black Dragon does look nice.
Yeah.
Let's put the video chip. Let's put the video chip next to the power transformer and see if we can get nice black bars across the screen.
Actually, I kind of wish after seeing his Black Dragon, I kind of wish the Dragon themselves had done a black case, because that colored sticker shows up a lot better that way than it did on the old beige case, to be honest.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
That's the only black one I've ever seen a picture of.
Me too.
It looks good. Looks good in black.
Yeah, I have to agree. I know we've seen some CoCo. I mean, Ron, you have a black CoCo, don't you?
Yeah. Yep. Painted it back in the 90s.
Rolling Stones got to it.
That's not meant to sit that way, though. It's sitting on its side. That multi-pack is sitting on its side, and it's also, we're looking at the back end of it. Because look at the rubber feet. The rubber feet are on the side of the multi-pack.
Yep.
Oh, yeah, for the power supply, yeah.
Should be tilted up, and it should be spun around so the power cord's out the back. So the slots are actually from the right-hand side.
Yep, and you got to reach around the back to turn it on.
Yeah, yeah. So it's
I
like
just thought it was a really cool
floppy
homemade
drive,
project,
yeah.
though. That was an interesting.
Yeah,
I've never
yeah,
seen a
sure.
multi-pack done that way before.
That's a big multi-pack too.
Yeah, he could add extra slots there. David would be so happy.
He's got room for at least 4 more.
Yeah. Dave always said he wanted an 8 or 16 slot multi-pack. So Dave, there you go. There's the plans are in place.
And that would be just enough.
Probably not for him.
He wants to plug in everything at once.
Including another multi-pack.
This is an update from Tormod Volden, who's in charge of the NitrOS9 repo. This is not NitrOS9 related, though. This is a port of CMOC, the latest release 0.1.65 for Windows. Now, normally this has required the Cygwin environment, which, some people don't use that particular environment, so it's kind of a waste to have to install the whole darn thing just to run CMOC. So this is here is a separate version that he's made that no longer requires Cygwin and meant for Windows only, so you can come download it if you want to fiddle with the CMOC C compiler and don't want to have to fiddle with all the Cygwin stuff, and you run Windows. This is a perfect opportunity. Just put this up, I think, this morning, actually, so any of you people interested in doing CMOC development, go grab it. This is another one that just showed up this morning from a new member, and I don't have a clue to pronounce this either. Siox Gomazoa? No idea. But he's showing a 64K CoCo 1 that he's got here, but he's got some really interesting joysticks I wanted to kind of highlight and point out here. Obviously homemade, but that's a industrial design case. This kind of matches the multi-pack we just looked at on the Dragon, because it's like metal casing with floating sticks, and one has a little white knob and one doesn't.
Radio Shack sold those parts. The P box and the joystick innards were both available at Radio Shacks.
Oh, so these are actually Radio Shack official parts, and I didn't realize that. His sticker's coming off though. Was Radio Shack sticker or
the badge?
Badge is coming off. Yeah, I just thought it was a rather interesting joystick solution. Let us see.
Oh, excuse me. Is that a RAM badge on the right-hand side? That's unusual to have the F board with the Tandy badge in the middle and a RAM badge on the right-hand side.
Yeah, I wonder if you put that in by hand afterwards.
Yeah, it might have been too. Yeah,
because it does say 64K CoCo on it, which I don't think Radio Shack ever sold one that showed that.
No, the silver one.
And I think somebody in the CoCo community is actually selling 64K badges like that, so he might have bought it afterwards and then installed it.
Yeah, I think they sell those for the threes.
Carlos Camacho is doing them. I've got a bunch of them here.
Yeah, right. That's who it was. I was trying to remember the name.
Mm-hmm.
And the last set of stories here is, of course, we finally released NitrOS9 Ease of Use Beta 5. Only about 4 or 5 months late from my original plan. On the other hand, we got a lot more into it than I originally was planning on too. So that, it's kind of, give and take. So anyway, it's available on my website for download, and it's the very top set of releases. You can download the 609, 609 versions. Bill Noble's working on the Matchbox version. If he's still on the call, maybe he can give us an update on how that's going or how far he's got to go on that. I have submitted it to the archive as of this morning. It wasn't showing up. I haven't checked in the last couple hours while the show's been on, so might have shown up by now as an alternative download site. Bill, if you wanted to just comment on the Matchbox version.
Well, the Matchbox, I've got it up and running, but it's got a couple of issues yet. The VDG games don't seem to want to launch. But,
okay, is that maybe a plug in the Matchbox itself, maybe, or?
I'm not sure there exactly yet. I've got the IO Man and the VTIO patches in that you've updated me on, and for some reason they don't want to go. It comes up with an error, it can't open window.
Okay. But the regular window launching works fine?
Yeah, everything else works fine.
Okay, well, after the show there, maybe I'll see if we can dig in and figure out what's going on there. Because I do want that. That was one of the major updates to the release, is that G Shell can launch VDG apps. Can you launch them manually? Does that work? Or have you tried that?
I didn't try launching them manually yet.
Okay. Anyway, we'll do that offline because I don't want to bore people to tears here. And then related to the NitrOS9 launch, and we're going to have a big discussion, and people are going to give us their first impressions of it, both from a new user perspective, people who have not used NitrOS9 before, people that have used it in the past and want to see what's different in Beta 5 type thing. We'll get into that. But the first thing I wanted to show here is that Terry Steggy actually did a video on how to install both VCC 2.0.1e itself and the NitrOS9 EOU start to finish. Show you how to set it all up and get it up and running. I won't play the whole video here. I will also mention there's no sound in there because, as Terry said himself in the comments, he hates his own voice. So he put it up. I don't know why he keeps guesting on here and talking then, but he does.
Usually muted, if you'll notice.
So anyway, if you're brand new to it and you don't have a CoCo 3, or you just want to try running it in an emulator before you dedicate it to throwing it on your SDC card, you can actually go through and figure out exactly how to do everything. Installing VCC, if you already have that, you can skip that part. And then now downloading, installing the actual NitrOS9 SDC image and the floppy image for the emulators, both MAME and VCC. And then actually get it up and running. So it shows you booting, manually typing in the time until we get some drivers going. And then a quick demo of running G Shell, running one of the demos, which we'll probably just do live on here for anybody who wants to show that kind of stuff. And hopping back and forth between a few apps, including Alan Huffman's Game Invaders 09. So Mark has posted the link to that video. So any of you that want to try it and kind of just don't want to go in completely dry, not know what you're doing, you can actually watch his video and kind of get some tips without commentary to get it up and running.
Hey,
and that's.
I have one question.
Oh, sure.
How hard would it be to create just a config file that has the current time of your computer, if you're going to use VCC, and then have that just be connected when you boot up NitrOS9?
David, I think you've experimented with that before, haven't you?
Sorry, just repeat that again. I was just.
Oh, David Ladd, I meant. Sorry, I should have said that.
Okay.
Because I know there is some emulated real-time clocks in VCC, and if the driver is installed for those, it should be able to just automatically grab. Now, I haven't tried that myself. And David,
I have not gotten around to trying it out because I've been kind of busy with other stuff.
Okay,
so,
no, I thought maybe you tried it in the past, like the last few years, because that functionality has been in VCC for years.
Because
it emulates the Cloud9 RTC, doesn't it?
I don't know. On the actual repo disk images, there's all kinds of different versions of Clock 2. So you can pick to your heart's content.
Okay, but it should be feasible. I mean, the emulators do support some of the real-time clock chips in virtual hardware. So if that works and you install the right clock driver, or if you have a get time utility like we put on this one for the smartwatch, you can actually tell it to set the system software time based on the hardware time, in which case, yeah, you don't have to type anything in. So it's definitely possible.
Right.
Haven't tried it myself yet.
Yeah, my reproduction of the smartwatch module that is in my RS-232 pack is working fine, because I tested that with the smartwatch modules that you put in, the binaries, I should say, not the drivers. And that works perfectly fine in the startup file.
Okay. Now, I think we'll take a brief pause here for a commercial break before we get into the discussion and the feedback from everybody who's tried it. Any questions, any comments, any brickbats and bouquets. But we'll give everybody a bit of a break so they can, rush out and grab a coffee so they can stay awake during this next segment.
Way to sell it.
Okay.
We'll return after these messages.
My fellow Americans, Australians, Canadians, Europeans, and all of you ands, I'm calling on all y'all to help us make the world great again by visiting the Retro Swag Shop at 8bit256.com, where you can get yourself a coffee mug like this with a little cute cartoon character that says, I'm a cocoa nut. You could also get yourself a coffee mug like this with a Color Computer 3 that says, I'm a cocoa nut. You could get yourself a deluxe travel mug like this with the CoCoTALK logo on it. You might even be able to get yourself a DVD like this with over 2 hours of gameplay goodness. It is time for us to rise up and make the world great again by enjoying some quality retro merchandise and CoCo nostalgia. So please visit 8bit256.com and let's make the world great for the color computer. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Coco Land. This is Brian Schubring with Music Man here at the Coco Fest. Having fun, fixing issues, and making things roll, and making lots of sound. Have a great day, guys.
Baby, there's something I need to talk to you about. Remember when we first met? Everything was so easy and it felt like nothing could stop us. But now, everything is such a struggle. And if I'm being honest, you're really starting to show your age. Can I get the check, please?
Break up with 512K. Use 2 megabytes now with NitrOS9 Ease of Use Edition.
Ease of use. Download EOU today at lcurtisboyle.com.
Some people have big plans after school. You know what Elliot's going to do? Jeff, too. Elliot's at work on a book report using Scripted on Radio Shack's Color Computer 3. It hooks up to his TV. And Jeff's at his Radio Shack Color Computer 3 playing the newest football game. But wait, what's Elliot doing playing New Super Pitfall? And Jeff's having a blast with a new math tutor. You never know what you might try with more than 100 programs for fun and learning. Radio Shack's Color Computer 3 comes with everything you see here. Other items each sold separately. Only at Radio Shack.
And now, CoCo Thoughts by Samuel Gimes. I remember the days of grade school, when on the playground we would talk about the latest computer and console games. Until one day, when a kid told the teacher he was having a blast with his new math tutor. After he got out of the hospital, he changed schools.
Greetings, YouTubers. Atari Leaf here, and you're listening to CoCoTALK.
I guess that's my cue.
Is this my cue to go to bed now?
I thought you were sleeping the whole time because you didn't make any comments. So anyway, I like Beta 5. The biggest thing we added for the user, I think that's going to be most noticeable to most people off the bat, Bill kind of hinted at before, is the fact that you can now natively launch VDG-based apps, which is most of the commercial games, both level 1 and level 2, for CoCo 1, 2, and 3 games. Basically, right from G Shell. It doesn't have to have any intermittent launching sub program that changes window types and like the old days. So they actually launch a lot faster than they did before. It's based on a new system call we added, which is that's one of the more technical things. That type of stuff we'll be getting back to the repository. David and I have just started working on getting the source code cleaned up. So Tormod is planning on doing a 3.31 official release of NitrOS9 from the repo. So some of these underlying changes, system call enhancements, system call additions, optimizations, especially for the 6809, will be coming to the main Nitro. So if you're the hardcore, you want to fiddle with the GUI type stuff, you'll still be getting some of those same upgrades on the NitrOS9 repo. The list of the change log between Beta 4 and Beta 5 had 53 items, I think, on it. So I'm definitely not going to go through all those here. But basically, if I can just get maybe some feedback from people that managed to download and try it, both people that have experienced it before, and any comments on what we've changed, any things that have been optimized, etc. And also from new users, like David O'Connor's mentioning, he's booted it once, twice before, but he's never really tried using it before. And then people like Nick Morantes who normally just hate the thing. So it's kind of interesting on everybody's perspectives on it. What do you guys think?
Got a good trash can.
Yeah, I guess we should pick an order. So whoever raises their hand first, I'll let Mark pick who's doing first comment.
Well, I've got
I don't see any hands raised.
I'm happy to comment. I've got a hand raised, but it's just not visible. Well, there it is.
Oh,
somewhere
okay,
there.
David, go ahead.
Okay,
Yeah,
David
well,
first.
I don't know whether you want to maximize screens or anything there, so I can see what's going on my screen because I've actually got it running there. So yeah, I've learned the press clear. There we go. There it is. My first experiment with NitrOS9 was just the regular version, and I loaded it up a little while ago, and I got to the cursor prompt, and I thought, oh, now what do I do? I typed dir, and I thought, oh yeah, I can get a directory listing, and I thought, all right, well, I'll try some of the commands that I know, and none of it worked, and I thought, all right, looks like I've got to learn a whole new thing. So this one I downloaded literally a few hours ago, and set everything up here and put it on the SD card and launched it, and maybe I'll just reset this because then it'll go back to the boot screen. I'll just do this. I'll go back in, and this is what I was met with when I turned it on. I got the time thing, and then I just skipped that. I just pressed the enter button.
Yeah, I'll make a quick mention here that if you're just going to be playing around with things and running things, then entering the time is not that critical. That's more for developers or people doing their own projects, you can, timestamp things to figure out, what's the latest version I did. It also helps with the C compiler and some of the assemblers. They actually, if you're doing large projects and you've got several chunks of source code in separate files, it'll actually keep track of which ones have been updated, and it won't bother reassembling the whole darn project again. So it saves you a lot of time as a developer. But anyway, go on.
This screen here is the screen that I really appreciated. There's a description. There's some things to do. There's what do you type in, and it's to get to the main user interface. And this little thing here, if you wish to change the monitor type, you can type it from the GUI G shell, or you can type monitor la di da di da. And then I said, type G shell. I thought, all right, I'll try that. So I did G shell. Oops, spell it right. S-H-E-L-L.
Still won't work.
G-S-H-E-L-L.
I guess I have to add typing tutor on there.
Yeah. So I did that, and I waited, and then I got this, and I thought, oh, that's good. And then I didn't have a joystick plugged in, so I didn't do anything. I thought, there's an arrow there. I must have to plug in a joystick. So I did that, and then I press that button. I pressed that button, and I got all this, and I thought, this is actually pretty easy. It is actually ease of use. And I thought, what am I going to do? I thought I'll go in here and I thought I saw demos, and I thought, all right, let's go into demos. And I did that. And I thought, bounce, I know bouncy balls. And so I tried bounce 96. I thought that's probably the one that was had all the fancy one that was just talked about last week. So I loaded that up and I got this, and it's like, that's cool. And so yeah, I was able to get the graphical user interface up and to poke around with directories and to play around with a few things. And one hurdle I did run into, I ended up with like a number of screens and a couple of the applications I couldn't exit out of without resetting. And I thought, what do I do there?
Yeah, that's on an app by app basis, and it depends. Like there was no standard back then, so some people did Control Q quit, some took Control C or Control E or break. Flight Sim did, what was it, Control Alt right arrow or some weird combination of keys. So basically, you read the documentation of the original ones. Most of the third-party software and even the Radio Shack first-party software, the manuals are all in the archive, and if you download those and take a look at them, it'll tell you usually what keys. Modern multi-view style apps will actually have the menu bar on the top. The app itself will have a menu bar, and you just go files quit, just like you would expect.
Yep.
Curtis, did you exit the bouncing ball?
That
bouncing ball, I think, automatically exits on clear, doesn't it? That one?
Yes, it does. Yeah. So I went into simulators, and simulator was one of the first ones I was experimenting with. And I went into Flight Sim 2, like I'm doing now, and launched Flight Sim 2. That was
a Rob Inman icon there.
Analog RGB monitor. So I'm running this basically on a CoCo on a PAL CoCo 3. So the PAL CoCo 3s take their signal off the RGB board directly to the composite output. So what we're seeing here is composite output from a PAL CoCo 3 on my Sony broadcast monitor. So it's a pretty clean signal, although the camera doesn't really do it justice because it's a bit flickery because it's a CRT. But yeah, so I typed in demo mode, did that, and up that came, and it was running. And then I did the clear between them, and I thought, I can go between those. And I thought, how do I get out of this? And I tried pressing brake, didn't work. And I tried pressing a few other different combinations, shift brake, and I tried a few different things, and then I learned that with Curtis that you explained to me earlier on, if I press Control Alt left arrow, it escapes it.
It's the only program I know that requires a 3-key combo to exit. Just to, that was just Flight Sim 2. That's what they chose.
Yep. So David, far from,
David, could you show us how to go to the documents and show us how to read a document?
I haven't done that yet, so let's try it. I'll go into the documents folder here. Load up.
Spot.
So I click on one and it's get an error.
Yeah, you don't double click documents yet because there's no assigned editor for it. Most of the time you just single click it, and then you just go to files list is what most of them do. Now, unfortunately, some of the docs are formatted for 80 column screens and other things too, so it's sometimes a little hard to read, but But yeah,
So
if you
what
wanted
should
to
I-
list one, you can just left click once, or
Okay.
red button click once.
So what one will I click on here? Anything specific that should be?
NitrOS9 one.
No, don't use that one. That one's a kind of a custom. I got to switch that around. Ignore
Okay.
that one.
All right.
Try
so
Mint
what
Ed.
one-
That's one of the editors built in. It's
Mint Ed,
not
all
a very
right,
long
so
one.
left click and go files. Oh yeah, go open.
List.
Oh, whoops, I pressed open. All right, files, list. Okay.
And spacebar to continue. It auto pauses each screen.
Oh yeah, right. Oh yeah, okay, right.
Now the help system is something we're probably going to radically change in beta 6 because there's a better help command that has some more options and stuff here that I might fiddle around with. So I just didn't have time to do it.
All right, so to actually launch this, what do I do now? So it says press any key there. So I guess that exits that menu, does it? Or
yeah, just press the key.
Yep. Okay. So to actually view that text file, what do I need to do there?
You just did view it.
Oh, that was the text file. Okay, right. I get you. Yeah. Okay. Yep.
Yeah, it's just
Cool.
the directions for one of the editors that are built in. We have a few there, so people can choose whichever ones they like to work with the best, or which ones they're comfortable with, rather than force everybody to use one.
Yeah. Okay. And then I discovered I went to click on. I was doing the Windows thing, so I tried clicking on DD again to go to it, and that just took me back to.
That just refreshes the screen, which actually isn't really needed anymore because it actually is smart enough to tell that if you've modified something in that directory that you're viewing in another window somewhere, it'll automatically refresh it without any user intervention. So you have to do the close box to go back one level up.
Yeah, and I discovered that, and I clicked on that, and I thought, oh yeah, that's pretty easy.
The multi-view manual is available on the our CoCoTALK Computer Archive, which has a lot of the details in this. Though we're gradually changing some of these too. So
it would be cute to throw an A for view in that directory in docs, and then most.
Yeah,
of that
I've got to
stuff
figure out how
would
to do
just
that
go-
because View does not run from a G shell overlay window, so I'd have to make it some special AIF icon to tell it to use View. And plus, well, I mean, sometimes when you're editing it or looking at a text file, do you want to edit it or do you want to view it? And some people might want to double click it and it actually brings it up to edit. Basic 9 source or some novel you're writing. And other people just want to look at it. So I got to figure out some way to make that user friendly so you can actually decide.
Yeah, I remember it caches. So the path to madness is what path do you take to get to the data, and which AIFs did you pick up along the way? So yeah, sorry.
Yeah, I'm running this on my fully expanded, full of Ed Snyder stuff, and it's got the Ed Snyder keyboard. Actually, if I just move my camera down here, that's featured this CoCo on multiple episodes before. So I'm running a 6309 CPU and 2 megabytes of Boomerang RAM. And yeah, it's the ease of use edition. I was actually able to get in and do things with it, which is something that I wasn't.
You're the
able
second
to do.
Australian who said that, actually. So that's good.
And the other thing I wanted to do is I knew that Nick Morantes, I knew you created some icons, and I thought, well, I wonder where your
That trash can's amazing, isn't it?
Oh, that's yours, is it? Yeah, right.
Yeah, he never fails to mention that either.
It's a big trash can.
Going to games.
Kind of looks like Gunstar, doesn't it?
Okay.
Can I
Level
shoot
2?
the trash can?
Level 2 games, I guess. Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. Yep.
And what do we want to look at here?
Go to arcade, maybe try Risk and Fractals.
Yeah.
Hey, Curtis, we have a question from the chat.
Okay, shoot.
It says, great system. Only question, how do you change the background color of the G shell screen away from gray so it stays that way?
You can do it through the control panel, or you can edit the env.file in the sys directory, which actually has gshpal 0 through 3, which is G shell palettes. And it defines 4 of them. Now, currently, we've got it set for grayscale. It is set that you should do it darkest to lightest in that order. So 0 should be your darkest color, to 3 is your lightest color, and to get brighter. It doesn't have to be gray. I just picked that because it's fairly easy to calculate colors. But I know Bill and I have both experimented with like reds and yellows and cyans and mixtures of different things. But as long as you follow that dark to light, the 3D effect should still work properly.
So yeah, I actually went into this. This is one of the directories I went in, one of the first directories I went into, Nick. I actually went in here and played around with a few things, loaded up Invaders, loaded up Thexter and a few and Tetris and whatnot. And
Run the
yeah, it all runs.
Coronas.
Yeah,
the
Cronus or
I
Rescue
mean.
would probably be the Rescue's the most sped up for the 609. So
Yeah.
Rescue. Yep. Okay.
you can also switch to 80 columns too.
Look
if
at
you
that
wanted to.
icon.
That's your icon there, is it?
Yeah, he doesn't want to see the
Alright.
game. The icons all he wants to see there. So
Okay, that's
Well,
enough. Go to the next one. Turn that,
yeah, that wonderful
volume
music
down.
that they did back.
Yeah, that's pretty loud. Okay, and I haven't crashed this yet. So well, I sort of have.
And if you press the clear key, you can go back and run a command line still,
Or another program or whatever. Yeah.
or another program.
Yeah, well, it's still running in the background.
Yeah. And you're
Yes,
getting killed.
Yeah, some games
in the
are
background.
some games are smart enough that if you hit clear, they'll auto pause, like they know you're going off the screen. And then there's other games like strategy games like Zone Runner or something like that. You actually do want to let it keep running because sometimes a move takes 20 seconds to complete. And if you're bored, you can switch back to blackjack and play a few rounds and then come back to your game. Oh, not quite ready yet. Go back.
Actually, now that you've run that for a while, exit out and run the other program, Rescue and Fractal Coronis Rift, and just compare the frame rate.
What's the is it
Control Q on this one? I think quits. If I remember.
Control Q, yeah.
No, it's not working.
Control E.
Shift Q. No.
Or is it break or shift break on this one? Maybe.
Looks like we're
Oh,
back
no.
on like
Yeah, shift break.
There it is.
Ah, there we are.
Yep.
Now go
Yeah,
back.
standards. I wish we had them back then.
Yeah, go back a folder and open up the.
Everybody has their own.
Let me just swap my joystick back over again.
Also, if you want to try the
I
80 columns, Dave, and see what you think of that.
I actually did. I tried it on the LCD monitor, but now that I've got my good Sony monitor plugged in, let's try it. Let's go view 80 by 25. Oh yeah, that looks heaps better on this monitor. It's actually readable, and that's composite output. It actually looks good. So, yeah.
And Coronis.
Coronis, yeah.
Oh, another good icon.
Gee, I wonder who did that.
This whole
Okay,
demo's
that's
a
enough
vanity project for Nick.
That's
who
enough
did
of
all the
that.
icons for it.
Yeah, it looks pretty good.
Good narcissist.
More of that. More. I'm really impressed with the PAL composite output. It's way better than NTSC composite.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
yeah.
will totally agree with that.
Oh, I've got to press the button to get this to do something,
Yeah.
do I? Or
Have you got the other joystick you can plug
the
in?
other. Yeah, I'll go and get it. Hang on, I'll be back.
That
in a
might
sec.
be better.
Let me
Because
just
you
shut
need
that
to come
noise
back
up.
to the
Yeah, some of
normal one.
Oh,
the games will let you select the joystick, like hit a button to select your joystick, and then other ones were hard coded for certain sides, like this. And
All right, let me go get. I'll be back in a tick. I'll just get my other joystick.
well, whilst he's getting that, there any comments from anybody else who's tried it out? Thoughts and
It's a
Just,
good trash can.
much faster. The whole NitrOS9 loading up and going to the G shell is much faster than I remember from the previous versions. Very nice.
Okay, thanks. Rick Euland, you had your hand up.
Yes, my end of use comment. I took a CoCo with 2 arbitrary size floppy drives, this 25-year-old Stream Deck up, and here it is on the thoughtfully provided blank floppy drive in Beta 5. So thank you, kind sir. That saved me all kinds of time and driver. I'd still be in the middle of RBF Super and stuff. I had to do it
same
myself.
rift.
Okay, now I have no idea.
Same
what I'm
rift.
doing, yeah?
Go to the same rift.
Oh, yeah,
Highlight
yeah,
same
yep,
rift. That's the
Okay.
easiest way. Now compare the flying.
So what? So what do I do now?
Move. Yeah, there you are.
Oh, okay.
Now you can move, forward or back with the joystick.
If you push way to the edge, yeah, you'll start moving.
Oh, all right. Okay. All right.
Now this has a more advanced engine than Fractalus. Has actually added shading by distance. So
Oh, that's
mountains
cool.
and hills that are further away are darker green.
Ooh, we're gonna pull up.
And this
So
has
when
been
we had-
optimized a little bit for the 639, but not anywhere near as much as Fractalus was.
How do I get it to pull up? Oh, yeah. Okay. All right.
You can only climb so steeply.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
The big improvement with the EOU is the fact that I can run, say, Coronis Rift, exit, and then run Rescue at Fractalus. Whereas before, you had to reset and reboot and everything. Everything's running in the one environment now. So it's integrated all those OS9 programs that Tandy sold all work under one environment, whereas the way Tandy sold it, they were on a separate boot disk. You had to reboot every time. This is more working within the operating as a operating system.
Oh, yeah, I shot something then. I don't know what
Anyway,
I shot, but I shot something.
that
Yeah,
seems
all
good.
right.
Same buttons to exit, I think.
Yeah, the same as Fractalus on this one because it was written by the same author, Ken
What was
Rogueway.
Shift Q, wasn't it? No.
Shift break, I think, wasn't it?
Shift
Or
break, I think.
Oh, Shift break. That's right. Yeah. Yep. It is too.
Yeah. Once again,
Yeah,
please download the manuals for the Tandy apps and stuff there, because like I said, every company, Epix had a different way of exiting, than Sublogic had a different one, than Broderbund, etc. So the manual will tell you how to get out of it cleanly.
It's a good icon. Just in case no one saw it.
I really like this 80 column view. It actually, even on composite, it looks really good. It's really clean. It's really readable. It's
I got one last gripe. Go to the X and bring up the clock.
Yeah, that's got to be patched
Yeah.
yet. Unfortunately, that was
Yeah.
written in C, so we don't have source for it. That's a bear's butt.
all right.
It's not
Click it.
impossible, though. I actually managed to patch some other C programs here late in the cycle.
Yes. See the semicolon.
So I might be able to figure out how to fix this.
That's the wrong time as well.
Yeah, I didn't put the time in.
You didn't set it.
Yeah, I
But
just
yeah, it
pressed
doesn't. It's not Y2K compatible, the original G clock. I mean,
Now,
technically, it's still correct internally. Like the system time, if you typed it in, actually it does keep up to 2155 AD. It'll work fine, but it doesn't display properly. It's hard coded for as if you only had 1900 to 1999.
Now, of course, that clock would have lost time while you were running all those games.
Nope.
It actually holds it.
Yep, that's IRQ driven. So
Pretty
that
darn
keeps
close,
going.
actually.
The only time it'll lose time is if you're running anything that shuts RQs off, like that bouncing ball demo would,
games.
and playing sound like WAV files and stuff like that. Obviously, would do it too. So
Or the floppy controller.
yeah, the
I
Hawkins
must have
floppy
done-
controller.
So who's going to update that when we get to 2155?
Curtis, of course.
Volunteer Mark's grandchildren, myself, but
The same guy that's fixing Unix will still be around.
So the AM and PM, what do I put in there? I've got. So I just type A or P or something there, do I? Or,
yeah, just type in AM or PM.
Oh, actually type AM. All right.
I can't even remember. Like I know the set time one
yeah.
actually handles certain things too. So
yeah, that worked. I didn't set the date, so the date's wrong, but but the time's right.
So Curtis, if you put DeskMate on this thing, where would it go? In apps, or would it be in games?
yeah, DeskMate and DeskMate 3 I probably will put on apps. That's beta 6 because I have no time to test DeskMate to make sure it's stable, because there's quite a few of these I had to patch just to get it to run from G Shell, because they weren't designed to run from G Shell in the first place. In fact, some of them were designed to run on 128K machines only. So when you ran it, even if it let you exit cleanly, it would exit by chaining to a shell. So you'd have two shells sitting on top of each other, interfering with each other. So I had to patch, like Sub-Battle, I had to patch Fractalus, Coronis, Carmen San Diego.
And DeskMate doesn't use the G Shell libraries, does it? It has its own.
No, it had totally on its own. It came out G Shell itself, Multiview, the package. If you read the manuals for OS on Level 2, which were released in late '86, like right around the 1987 January mark, they had references to some of the Multiview stuff, but Multiview itself wasn't ready. And in fact, it didn't become ready until almost a full year later. It was actually late. So a lot of the stuff that was written before that had no idea about it. And plus, people required 512K to do anything useful in that time. There was a lot more 128K CoCos than 512. So they took a lot of shortcuts.
I noticed here as I'm pressing the clear key, I've got two versions of shell. Oh, actually, it's
the window number should be different. Like if you look in the prompt, it should say W2, W1, or something like that.
Yeah, it does too. Yeah, that's W1, that's W2. Yeah, okay.
If you type proc, it'll list all your programs and what windows they're running under too. So.
Oh, okay. Yeah, even that text is really readable, even though it's out of a composite output. That's really clean.
Yeah, it's not quite coming through on our end that way, but that's the
Yeah,
camera.
you got some more. I'll just see if I can move that. Yeah, the moire patterning from the
You can see it a little bit as you got closer. Yeah.
Yeah. We'll bring it right up. Oh,
That's
hang on, let me
pretty
take
sharp for a composite.
Yeah,
At least it's not upside down.
And the colors are right.
Yep.
Yeah, that's good. It's really good. It's really readable. So yeah, I have to say the ease of use certainly lives up to its name for me. I was able to actually get in and make it do things, which is what
That was my
something
comment.
So just for review, well, what do we do with the H1? We can subdivide that into directories for our own stuff, you say?
Yep, it's basically a blank drive image that I've included with Beta 5. It will not be included on future betas. It'll be a separate download for people that are new to NitrOS9. And then I'll just be updating the main hard drive image. Now, eventually, once the main operating system and all the apps and stuff get stable, because they're quite large updates, I will eventually be issuing upgrades to the OS itself as floppy images. You just run an installer and it'll just modify your hard drive image without screwing around with anything you've changed or set on the main hard drive. But since the upgrades are so major right now, like adding Sierra games and adding all these other games and applications and updated libraries and manuals and everything else, they're just too large to do that way as a distribution. So we're just replacing the hard drive image each time. But H1 is totally free, up to you. I will not be replacing it. So you can make backups of settings you've made to the main system. You can make your own projects if you want to do some programming in Basic 9 or save your pictures and whatever else you're drawing or whatever you're doing, you can save on that drive. And you have 128 meg to play with there. So hopefully it'll keep you busy for a while.
Yep.
Oh, one question I did have. I went into the music folder, being a musician.
Yeah, that I haven't got all set up yet. So the sound one is
yeah,
working. You can do sound samples through the sound folder, but the music one isn't fully set up yet.
Oh, okay. Wait for this to load, and I'll get out of that, and I'll go back to the sound folder.
Do you remember that VCC and OVCC still don't support 2 hard drive images, so you'll still have to futz with
I have been talking to Walter Zambodi on that. He's going to see if he can get it working in OVCC hopefully fairly soon.
And then push it back for VCC. That'd be great.
That's what we're hoping for. That's probably a pretty large directory.
It's taking ages here to launch this one.
The other question I had was, it has a BBS folder. Is there actually a functioning BBS in there?
Bill, that was left over from when you set up the original images when we first started. Do you have any comments on that? Because I honestly haven't looked at it.
Okay, what was that again?
Does the BBS folder actually have a full functioning BBS, or was that something you were just experimenting with? Or
that was just the Keith Alfonso BBS files that I got from the archive that I put on there. They're not actually set up, but you could probably get it working.
Okay.
Okay. I'm in the sound folder now. I did actually go into this sound folder before, and I tried to get it to play some of these, and I double clicked on them. So maybe I'm not supposed to double click on them.
Yeah, no, double click on these, so it should work.
CoCoTALK Wave.
Right. That's a long one.
Yeah, that takes the full 2 meg.
Okay.
It'll take a bit to load.
But while David's loading that, I'll go back to the BBS part. And actually, I'm going to be putting ribs probably onto Beta 6.
Cool.
That's the FidoNet compatible one. Yep.
Yeah.
Have you talked at all about your release plans going forward?
Pardon me?
Oh, it's working.
Have you talked at all about your release plans going forward?
Depends what you mean by release plans.
Like, how many more betas are there going to be? What do you think the cadence is going to be? What are some of the things that you need to do until you can get to like a real, full GA release?
Okay, there's going to be multiple more betas yet, because there's a lot of stuff we're going to experiment with. Get user feedback and see if this is proper. Like, there's some modifications to the OS that Bill and I are both planning. We have to make sure they work. I don't want to pre-announce anything here and give people false hope. The one I will mention, because we mentioned before, is we're going to try to get the software high-res interface running. But I'm worried that because it has to shut RQs for a fairly lengthy amount of time to be able to get the precise timing, that it might chop up the multitasking too much and actually make the whole system sluggish. So we'll have to see how that works.
That's surprisingly good quality. Actually, for 11 for 11.025 kilohertz sample rate, it sounds pretty good.
Yeah,
and 8-bit.
It does, Dave, but remember, it actually shuts down OS9.
Yeah, pauses
While
OS9.
it's
Yep. Okay, but it's working. It's playing well.
But back to Michael's question, I mean, the thing that's going to trigger it going from beta to being a complete, an official release, is I want to get as much of the third-party apps pre-installed, set up, ready to run from Multiview, so that basically you have a complete, not just OS9, but you have a complete system with graphic editors and word processors and everything else on there. You can just double-click everything to run it. So that's going to be the ultimate thing, and there's quite a few of those programs have to be patched to run properly.
We're not going to run out of memory, are we?
Memory, no. Hard drive space, that's starting to worry me a bit, but there's some stuff I can clean up that is on there now that we use for testing that we don't need on the final release, so that'll help. So that's the main thing that's going to separate the two. There's a lot of operating system level stuff that Bill and I want to work on over the next couple of betas. One thing we are going to try to concentrate on this next one here is getting DriveWire integrated in here.
Yep.
The other thing we want to try to do is try to get level 3 working again, because that frees up system RAM. And especially with launching VDG-based app games, especially level 1 ones, that sucks a lot of system RAM, and you'll be running out. Like, if you try to launch 2 level 1 games right now, you can't, because there's not enough system RAM. And the level 3 upgrade will help fix that. But that requires changing how DriveWire actually works. And it's the reason we haven't put it in yet, because the user experience kind of sucks if you're trying to do both at the same time.
And that's a massive change.
Yeah. So that's another one we're planning. But there's a whole bunch of other, more minor things too.
So yeah, okay.
Go ahead,
so the music folder, I noticed it had some like Lyra files, so they're obviously MIDI files and stuff like that, song files designed for running in the music apps, obviously. I'm assuming. So
Yeah, I mean, like the MIDI apps, there's some MIDI player stuff that uses the Bitbanger. There's MIDI stuff that if you have a MIDI driver for one of the hardware ones, like the one Jim's doing now, we'll run through that. If you want to edit the files, there's Ultimuse for editing some MIDI files. There's Lyra players. I don't think there's a Lyra editor in OS9, but I have to get all that kind of stuff set up. And basically, we put the stuff that you see icons for are the stuff we've tested and make sure it works. And then there's some other folders that are like future plans we didn't get to yet, but if they don't have an icon that looks like a real icon to click on, not a generic one, they're probably not ready for prime time.
Mm-hmm.
But if you know what you're doing and you're familiar with some of those apps, you can actually manually run them and do them on your own type of thing. But I didn't want to promise, stuff that's not it's not ease of use yet.
I got another question.
Yeah,
Rick.
Go ahead, Ron.
Let's say you're in the pictures folder and you go to the CM3s and you want to, would there be somebody have to come up with a software program to actually page through them all? Or is that, right now you have to click. Yeah. Right now you have to click on one and then it shows it and then you go get,
right now
the slideshow would be a different program.
Yeah, different program. Right now they're all set up to run the view program because it's one app that views, it's like the projector on DOS where it can view like a whole whack load of different formats.
Mm-hmm.
But that program is not set up to do slideshows. Now, I know the VEF format and a few others actually do have slideshow options. So, I mean, I could change them to be custom, but it'd probably be, because you're assigning an extension to run this program no matter what. It's kind of like the old Windows, where it tries to load in a text file in WordPad or Notepad. And sometimes you may want to use Notepad++, and you have to do wonky things to get it to do that. So Bill and I are just kind of discussing if there's some way we can try to make that a bit more user-friendly. But basically, right now you assign an extension to one program. And in that case, we're using View because it's the fastest viewer, and it also does all the formats, so I only have to worry about one program to run for all those. I'm not worrying about debugging like a GIF viewer and separately from a VF viewer, separate from a CM3 viewer, etc.
Okay.
But there are some programs on there that do slideshows.
So whereabouts is Basic 09 hidden?
Well, Basic 09 I don't have an icon for yet because Basic 09 you can run it, you can edit. Some people want to edit in a separate editor. Some people use the Basic 09 editor, so I'm not sure how I'm setting it up yet. But if you just go to a shell in another window and just type Basic 09, it'll fire up.
Oh, okay.
It's that easy.
Oh, there we go. Yeah, right.
Now that you'll definitely want to read the manual because it's a little bit different than just Basic.
But I could just do it.
Much different than this.
But I should be able to just. Oh yeah. What? Oh what? Print hello. What?
Yeah, that doesn't work.
Yeah, you're in the
Yeah,
command
have to go
mode
into
prompt
edit
right now.
mode.
You have to get into the edit prompt, and you know it's a little bit of a learning curve off the start. So I'll just warn you.
So how do you get out of that?
If you're at the B prompt, you just type buy, the word buy.
BYE. Oh yeah. Okay.
But if you want to run Disk Basic, you can do that too within OS9. You said.
Yeah, it's a little quirky. I mean, Rob and I are trying to figure out some things there because sometimes the cursor shuts off for no reason. And
What is it? RSB.
it's under emulators, RSB off the root.
Emulators. Yep.
So if you're on a screen like he was and you want to clear the screen, do you have to type display C?
You can type CLS too. Run the window one. Don't run the VDG one because that one sucks a lot of memory, and you're running some other stuff, so it probably wouldn't run anyway.
So, oh yeah, this one. Okay.
There is a CLS command?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Now do you print whatever?
Oh yeah, it's working normal. Yep. Cool.
There are some limitations on this version of BASIC. Your maximum BASIC program is smaller than regular Disk Basic. I think it's 24K, even with the pClear equivalent of a pClear 0 type thing. On the other hand, you can call actual OS9 system calls and some OS9 commands from this, so you can actually do some stuff you can't do under RS-DOS too. So.
No, I've just noticed there. Print mem is giving me 19.7. Instead of was it 24.7 or something for
now if you type
basic?
dir, I think
It's
I have a
because
demo.
of that top vector page.
Yeah.
Yep. Pmode 4.basic.
Yeah, don't run pmode 4 because it's kind of boring. But HScreen 2 should run briefly, but I think it makes the cursor disappear for no reason afterwards.
Now you can chain programs though, can't you? So you could break your basic program into modules.
Yes.
Well, in BASIC 9 you can. RS-DOS, I don't know if it keeps variables and stuff intact when you do that.
Oh yeah, it's working. Yeah.
Could you save?
And there your cursor disappeared. So I don't know why it's doing that.
Can you save a program in BASIC 09 to your H1?
Yes, I can't remember the exact syntax. It's a little bit different in RSB, but yes, you can.
Okay, cool.
And if you want to get out of RSB, just type DOS.
Oh yeah. Okay. Cool.
There's a CPM emulator too. We only put one little program. We demonstrated that last week, though. It's a pretty slow one. I'll probably throw a few others on there. I'll let you guys try it, and if it's stable, there's about 4 or 5 other programs, including Turbo Basic from Borland, or what were they called back then, and some other stuff there too that
Turbo
you can
Basic
run.
or Turbo Pascal?
I think it's Turbo Basic. I've got the handy.
Okay, Turbo
I'll have to
Pascal
double
is Borland's big one.
Yeah.
We are online now, aren't we? I'm not seeing CoCoTALK on Zoom at all. That's all.
Yeah.
No,
on.
we are online.
Yeah. Okay.
And we have 25 watching.
Cool. No, my first impressions of ease of use is, like I said, it definitely lives up to its name. It's,
And it hasn't crashed.
No.
And you've run a few things as a novice.
Unlike Windows.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the best selling point ever for this.
We don't
here.
see that blue screen to death.
Yeah. I know you guys lost it on the stream here because the Windows machine crashed. It's hosting it, but the CoCo kept on running just fine. So
yeah.
I got a question now. If you go to disk and you go to format.
Yeah, don't open the floppies there because I don't think you got anything mounted. So
yeah, I did drive 0 and it's come up with a list of directories and stuff. But
yeah, that's your
drive 0.
Anyway, sorry, go ahead, Ron.
That would be your floppy.
So if I go to disk and then format, that's for a floppy and drive 0.
Yeah, DD is your hard drive, your main one. Don't format that.
Don't format that one.
H1, your data drive, if it's already pre-formatted as it is, but once you start putting stuff on it that you want to keep, then don't obviously format that either unless you want to wipe it out. But yeah, you can deformat floppies.
Okay.
There's also a RAM drive built in. I haven't got that in built in off the bat because I don't know if people are running only 512K. They don't have a lot of room for a RAM drive. But if you have 2 meg, you can nis/r0 and format that, and then you can get, I can't remember what the default size is, but you can actually set up the geometry to match real floppies, like number of sectors, number of sides. So if you wanted to back up a 40-track floppy disk, you could back it up to the RAM drive and then actually tell it to back the RAM drive back to real floppies, and then do it all in one pass. You just basically let it rip, and you can make duplicates of real floppy disks, including 720K 3.5s and whatever else you wanted to do.
Oh, didn't like that one.
Free work.
I went into Win95 and I pressed Fault Wave. It came up with a fault.
Yeah, Win95. Actually, that was pointed out to me after I released it. I forgot to put an icon in there because it's one of those ones that isn't intuitive as to how you should run it, and I forgot to do that. So that's my fault. You can actually run it manually from a window, but
now, that was one of my suggestions too. So you look at that screen that David's on now. Of those icons, you click on those and they give you errors because there isn't a proper icon. So I suggested to Curtis is to add an option, if it's possible, to add an option in G Shell under the View menu, whereby you can choose to, by default, it only views icons that are icons that run a program. But if you want to view every program, and there's an option there that says View All, and then it shows all the icons. Because for most people, you won't need all those other default icons. And as you saw, a lot of them will just crash.
Yeah, because some of them are text files you're meant to list.
Yeah. Well, I mean, they can be set up, but at the moment, they're not. And for most people, they won't need to access them. So I thought something whereby by default, the system views only files that have the real application set up with a proper icon. But if you want to see all the icons, have an option, View All, or View All Icons. And then it just shows everything.
I have been giving that some thought. I might have figured out a way to do that cleanly.
Good.
I'm going to have to experiment with it and make sure it works the way I think it's
Because I
going to.
reckon, that'll add to the ease of use. Because as it is, you get inundated with a pile of icons, and the beginner will say,
which one to click.
Yeah, correct. As a beginner, I'll say, "Oh, look at all these programs! Click, 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 crash, crash, crash."
Yeah, and I might just like try to run it as a shell script or something weird.
So by default, just view the stuff that you can actually run, unless you manually turn it on to view everything. That was just my.
The complicating factor there, and this is getting into a bit of the tech weeds here a little bit, but I'll just briefly explain it. Like doing an actual AI file itself, which assigns an icon to a program, that's easy. I can turn that on and off fairly simply. I haven't done it yet, but I could. The problem is the ones that have extensions, because you can actually have the AIF file that defines an extension in a totally different folder than you're in right now. So that folder will not actually have the AIF file to say, use this icon. That's stored in G Shell's internal memory, saying that extension I recognize, I'm going to use this icon instead. That's where I've got to make sure that part works properly. That's a bit more complicated.
I've just gone back to the clock screen. Is it my imagination, or does it look like the clock's lost a couple of minutes there?
It would have, because what did you run just now that stopped the interrupts? You said
of course. Yeah, right. The audio. Yeah, right.
The audio would have stopped the interrupts.
Yeah. That's where the hardware clock also comes in handy, because of course it keeps running in the background. So your time just gets updated.
And it just gets refreshed from that.
Yeah.
Oh, there's our discussion about real-time clocks again. Where are they?
So on Chris's description about multi-view there, I used to game the system so multi-view caches icon. So if you go into an edit directory and you've got an AIF doc that starts an editor, that's what you'll get for every data file you get that ends up in .doc. And if you go into a view directory that has an AIF doc that's a viewer, then everywhere you go, you view the doc file. It's kind of ugly in that you can't change it once you got there, or at least I never found an elegant way to do that, but you can game the system, and maybe there's something in there that could.
Yeah, that's kind of along the same lines. Like, honestly, one of the things I do want to change, and this is kind of spoiling for the future here, I'm not sure hoping this works, so I'm not promising something that isn't going to work. But I've got to disable the right mouse button as a clear key, which they've currently got a default, so that it just clears through the windows, and re-enable it as an actual right mouse button. Because already I've found 3 or 4 programs that are broken because of that change. So obviously those weren't tested with the changes they did in the NitrOS9 repository. Once I do that, I want to be able to do pop-up menus. So if you click on a text file or doc file, and it's defaulted to use the sled editor or whatever, you can right click and maybe pick a different one, like you view. I just want to view it this time. I don't want to actually run it or something like that, and have that as a selectable pop-up menu. That's what my ultimate plan is. That's a lot of extra complicated programming to do it. But if I can get that to work, it'll make it much simpler. It'd be like open with on Windows.
That's more logical. Yeah.
Sounds like a advanced operating system there.
Yeah,
Well,
that
it
one I think
is.
is doable. I just have to figure out a nice clean way to do it.
One other thing, if you go to the X and pick calendar, that looks directly like multi-view.
Yeah, that's just the way they designed the calendar program, and that's one program that actually is 2000 Y2K compatible.
Actually, I think a lot of Dustmate actually was migrated to multi-view.
Oh yeah, okay, yeah.
But yeah, Decimate 3. There's a ton of level 1 games. I know right now, Alternate Reality, The City, Interbank Incident, Cave Walker all have issues running. Cave Walker runs too fast. Interbank and Alternate Reality literally crashed the machine dead because they're doing cheating hardware direct access and stuff. They start reprogramming PIAs and all kinds of stuff directly, which in level 1 work because those games are so big. That's the only thing you'd be running. On level 2, where you're actually running multiple apps, that really screws with the other apps and actually causes the OS to crash outright. Like the whole machine freezes. It's like a blue screen on Windows, which is why I don't have icons for those right now, because they're not ready for prime time. So,
With Decimate only ran at the 40-column screen. Is it possible to make the Decimate work with an 80-column screen, or it's just
if you recode it, sure. Are you volunteering?
No.
It would need quite a bit of recoding.
But I'm just wondering if there's any way the operating system scales it automatically, can be made to scale it.
If it's written as a window-centered app, like VED and some of these other editors actually do work that way, you can run it on a graphic screen. You can run it as 106 column if you want to use the 6-bit wide font. So those will actually automatically do it. Decimate, from what I remember, is all using direct screen write, so it's its own font that's built in. So I'd have to actually reprogram Decimate.
Yeah.
So the save as so that'll just save it to the actual to the main disk image that it's launched from, obviously.
Yeah. Or you could, if you have the second hard drive, the empty one mounted, you can tell it to save there, so you can keep your stuff once the next update's out. That's months away yet, so everybody knows.
Save as test. Okay.
And I'm sure there's some bugs. We've got some minor bugs that have been reported already. I had one assembler bug that I fixed afterwards. It won't affect the ease of use release. I'm not re-releasing it for that particular issue. But David Ladd actually helped find that one, and it's fixed now. And also bit Bill, I think, too. So he got that fixed as well.
Well, only on Matchbox side so far.
Yeah.
Yeah, just did it. Yeah. Okay.
Any other feedback from anybody else in here that has tried it out?
That's a big resounding crickets.
Like Robert Murphy, have you tried it or?
Yes, I have, and so I've been following along with the point releases as they've been going on, and I run that side by side with a version that I compile from the repo for myself because I'm trying to learn how OS9 internals work and how I can write my own code that will work with that. So I'm kind of dabbling with ease of use to get an idea of what is possible, because I don't have the history with NitrOS9 or OS9 to know what all this stuff even is. So ease of use lets me go in and see a preview of everything. And then I go back and try to figure out how it actually works and compare the two. And, I put the ease of use on my SDC, and I've also messed with it via DriveWire, just loading things up. And I think it's amazing. I keep finding more stuff that I wish I had known back then. I can imagine how far I'd be along now. But for what was available, what was it? I was trying to read the OS9 level 1 books the other night, just trying to go from the ground up. And all that stuff still applies for the most part with ease of use. So any of the material that's been around since the early 1980s is helpful for learning. But then when you get to the ease of use part, it's dang near as convenient as just being on your desktop Mac or your Windows or Linux box. I'm keep getting tempted to go, well, I'm only a few steps from trying this as a daily driver.
Well, thanks. That's good praise. And that is actually what we're aiming for. We're trying to make this easier for the user. We're also adding features under the hood for the power users like yourself, or David Ladd and some of the others here that actually do programming and stuff. So we're changing, optimizing system calls, optimizing the system itself.
And
adding
that's
new
what I'm trying
functionality.
to get to, is being able to use this to do all of my editing on the game and do my test compiles and stuff, rather than all the swapping around that I'm doing now. It'd be nice to actually just use the CoCo 3 to do all that. And with the RSB working, which was one of the things I had been looking forward to, that's partly there. And I just don't know how well my game is going to work under all that. It's nothing about RSB or NitrOS9. And then with all the other tools that are already in there, it's like, why can't you just use this? And the internet is really the only answer. And I think with DriveWire, even that's being knocked at.
Yeah.
You're already getting to the point where this thing will be sitting on the net with a machine from the early to mid 1980s, which is phenomenal. It's having watched all this stuff, I don't know if you guys have noticed, but all this is possible now because of all that work that's been done. But look how far it's come since then. That's the part that keeps amazing me. Yeah. And as much as y'all have put into it, just from beta 4 to beta 5, it's moved so much further along. Amazing.
Thanks.
Hey, over in the chat,
there's a question from the chat from Tim Franklin.
Okay.
About whether we have it working for the CoCo FPGA yet.
Mikey's been working on it. We have had some issues on that. Michael, do you want to give an update on that? Oh, he stepped away from his keyboard again.
we were running it last year, VCF West, on Mikey's CoCo FPGA.
Yeah, beta 4 worked fine. Beta 5, because we moved some stuff around between kern and kern P2, and I didn't realize
we have to change a few files in the boot files, but
yeah,
it
CCB
will actually
kern,
work.
unfortunately, which is a special version of the kernel file, and this is getting in the weeds again, of course, actually was bigger on the FPGA and now doesn't fit. So I know Michael's been doing some fiddling trying to get that working. The other stuff like VTIO and so IO man changes stuff, that's all working fine, but there is a couple issues that he's trying to work on right now.
I've just noticed here too. I've just loaded up a whole lot of different things in the background, 2 images and a clock and a couple of other things and whatnot, and basic. And the print mem command is giving me the same amount of memory each time. So it's obviously each application's got its own dedicated section of memory.
Each app gets its own 64.
That's true.
Yeah. Sorry, Mark, you were saying there?
Yeah, over in the chat, David Croker, is it? Carmen San Diego freezes right after you get promoted.
No.
Says everything else is working.
Is that problem that we came across, Curtis?
Every time you get promoted.
I haven't run into it yet.
Tell him
is that problem where the prompt's wrong in the original disk?
Yeah. That's what I think it is.
Yeah, because it says press any key to continue, and actually that doesn't work.
That doesn't work. Shift break, wasn't it?
Yeah, I think with shift break you have to hit, and that's wrong in the manual, wrong on the screen in the original Carmen San Diego. So try that. Hit shift break on that screen, and then it should carry on. Even though the screen says press any key to continue, I should fix that actually, so the screen matches what you're supposed to be doing. It's been wrong since it was released.
Yeah.
Secret feature.
I got one other one. If I hit H1, it says, can't open this device, press any key.
That means you haven't got it mounted yet.
Yeah.
Are you running the emulator or on real STC
VCC
hardware?
or real?
Are you running on VCC, MAME, or real hardware?
I'm on MAME on one, and I'll be on real in the other.
Okay. If you look through the docs that came with Beta 5, it explains how to mount that second drive.
Okay.
You have to mount the second drive.
All right.
Okay, that makes. I just tried it then, and
you get the same thing, yeah, because you have mounted it.
Key. Yeah. Okay. So H1.
Yeah, at the very end of the Beta 5 notes, the update notes, there's explanations of how to do it all 3 ways. You can do it in MAME and VC. Well, if VCC doesn't support a second hard drive, you can't do it there. But in MAME, you go to the file selector thing like you normally do to mount floppies, and you just mount the second hard drive with the image. And then on the SDC, there's 3 different ways to do it. You use the drive command manually. You can do it from SDC Explorer by hitting Shift-1 on the data drive, then run the actual NitrOS9 boot file, and it'll boot with both intact.
Okay.
And I can't remember the third one's off the top of my head, but yeah, it's all explained at the end of the docs.
Can you do it from NitrOS9 itself, or do you have to do it before you
Not yet,
launch it?
but it will be.
I thought it would be left as an empty drive ready to use.
It is as it's some people, like if you're running VCC, you can't. So I can't mount it by default because otherwise it'll crash VCC.
Oh, okay.
So
that makes sense.
It's an optional extra.
Okay.
But in your SDC Explorer, you could just add that to the options, and it'll automatically
load it every
mount
time. Yeah.
Yeah.
You're forcing me to learn command lines.
Well, no, you can do the SDC Explorer. You just shift one, the data drive, and then just enter the main boot drive, and voila, you're running.
You just have to stop using VCC. That's all.
Well, VCC, like I said, Walter actually got back to me last night and said he will take a look and see about adding the second hard drive support to the VCC and OVCC. So hopefully we'll actually get that up and running.
That's interesting. I've just really loaded this up. I've got multiple images and multiple things in the background, and I've launched the bouncy ball. It is a bit slower, but I mean it's multitasking massively here.
Yeah, at 1.78 megahertz. Don't forget.
Yeah,
not gigahertz, megahertz.
The fact that it's actually running at all doing all this is the fact that it's actually running at all doing this is pretty impressive.
Press the clear key so we can see them all.
I noticed a little something that's interesting when you bring up G Shell and it first comes up. Just for a split second, there's a green border.
Yeah, because when G Shell launches, it creates the window with the default system palettes, which is the Tandy selected ones, which had green and blue and a bunch of others. And then I read the environment file immediately after that to get what colors do you want G Shell to run in, and then it assigns those colors right after. So yes, you do see that very briefly.
Cool.
Yeah, there is that brief flash there.
Yeah. And for those of you who are application developers or interested in becoming application developers, there's some documentation of the couple of things we changed in G Shell. One is being able to launch a VDG app, and it tells you how to change an AI file to let that happen. We also have the option of renaming the file, because the way the old way worked is that whatever the name of the program you're running is the name it displays on the screen under the icon, which in the case of Sierra games, every single Sierra game was called Sierra. So whether you're running Leisure Suit Larry, you're running King Quest 3, it all said the same thing. We've added a new option. You can actually have it, the name of the program, the pipe symbol, and then what do you want to call it on the screen. So you can rename it to whatever you want. You can put in like spaces, which you couldn't do before, and all kinds of things. You're still restricted on a 40-column screen. You can only fit 10 characters wide, so keep your titles under that, or at least recognizable under 10. And if you're an 80-column, I think you get an 11th character for free.
Interesting here. I've closed down all the other applications and it sped up the bouncy ball, but not as much as it was when I first launched it.
Yeah, I'd have to see.
Maybe not.
It looks pretty close.
It looks pretty good.
Or maybe that is. Oh yeah, I know what I'm thinking of. I'm thinking
the other
one
ball.
with the
Yeah, there's different balls with different. Yeah, that one where you're running right now is written in BASIC 09. It's just,
okay. Oh, that's impressive then.
Also, the 6809 version, I mean, the 6809, when we first started the NitrOS9 project, or the ease of use project, I should say, when we originally did NitrOS9 back in the 90s, it was meant to be 639 only. We weren't even going to consider the 689. I was like, come on, guys, upgrade your chips already. And look how long it took to convince Nick. But basically, we've actually been going back and speeding up 6809 stuff based on techniques we learned in the 639 version. Some of them were not 639 command based. Some of them were algorithmic based. Like, the algorithm, how it was doing things was slow. So we changed that. So on beta 5, you'll notice like the proc command, the mdir command run way faster, multiple times faster than the original one. And the graphic system has been sped up on betas 3 and 4. So even if you have a 6809, you're going to be getting speed ups far beyond the original OS9 level 2.
Well, that's impressive. I'm running that bouncy ball plus. Oh, hang on, I was running it. Oh yeah.
Yeah, the other one, the other one quits itself after you hit clear because it's actually stealing the CPU completely for that. Your clock stopped right now.
Okay, right. That's all right. That's stealing all the interrupt. Yeah, okay.
Now there is some other demos that do some bouncing that do not steal interrupts. So there's some other demos you could run there too.
Yeah, right. But it's pretty impressive. I'm pretty impressed.
2 meg is definitely the sweet spot for this release. Well, for any NitrOS9, to be honest, because then you can run a ton of apps.
And obviously, I'm running Poison Tech 2 meg on here. I've got a 6309 in this as well. So this is the 6309 version.
And the 512K, it does run good too. You can run multiple apps on that pretty comfortably as well, just not as many.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm interested. Like when Nick Marotta gets a chance to really, start digging into it. So he's got a 6809 and he's got 512K. So I'd like to get his experience, running on the lower end machine as far as what ease of use specifies, and see what his impressions are there.
Actually, I can directly compare them because my other CoCo 3 is a 6809 with 512K of Tandy RAM in it. So, and I have downloaded both. I've downloaded the 6809 and the 6309 version. So I'll put that on the other SD card and do a direct comparison.
Yeah, we've got them pretty well feature matched now. So new system calls and stuff are on both. They both can natively launch VDG apps and stuff now. So it's feature parity is pretty well dead on, I think, at this point. Speed-wise, obviously, the 609 version is going to be slower than the 6309 native version, but it's still way faster than even the 3.3 release in certain spots.
Hey, guess what?
What?
I don't know if you can see this, but I changed the date and time on the. It's just too bright, isn't it?
Yeah,
I changed the date and time in the clock app, and it's perfect. It doesn't have that crazy semicolon. It's gone.
Oh, interesting.
You just made a 2-digit year or something?
All right. Well, it's when you hit clock and set time or set date rather, it's just year, month, day. And you
So
put it in.
it's overriding the semicolon with the proper character.
Right.
So what did you do, Ron? You just set the time, did you? Not the date, or set the time and the date.
Yeah, set the time of the day because I just hit enter in the beginning.
Okay, let me just try setting the time. 07. It's pretty much 00. I'll just put 00 there.
I can't quite read the chat here on the screen because it's all fuzzed out, and apparently I'd accidentally closed my chat window earlier sometime. I can't read all the comments. Is there any other questions or comments there that are worth mentioning?
Let me scroll back through here and take a look.
Yeah, there's one.
Oh, yeah, it did too.
Jim
Yeah,
Gray
it did
says,
too.
ever figure out why the bottom of the window on Planet Engine disappears under NitrOS9?
I'm not sure on that one. That one's weird. And I know Ron's noticed that before too. I think part of it is that the original version of Multiview on a border window where it only has the top menu bar and nothing on the sides, or with scroll bars, I should say, it used to just draw a single line on the bottom and you could technically take over that line. Now that we actually have a full bar, that line doesn't get taken over. So maybe he calculates the height of the screen or where he's drawing based on that not being there. That's the only thing I can think of. Unfortunately, I don't have source code to patch that. So if anybody get a hold of the original author to give us a shout there, we can see if we can fix it.
All the other questions look like they've been answered.
I just tried that same thing, Ron, on here with the clock on mine, and confirm what you found. It works perfectly here too.
But what you've done is change the time to 1920, so it disappears. So it appears correctly, but your calendar dates and everything will be wrong. It really needs to be 120, which you can't enter with a 2-digit year.
In Planet Engine, you can change it.
19th. Yeah, right. Gotcha. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Most of the mini apps that came with Multiview, G Clock and G Cal and stuff like that do need patches. Unfortunately, we do not have source, not real source anyway. They'll have to be disassembled, and going through C code is a bit of a mess, but we'll see what we can do about patching some of those in the future here.
Where's my real-time clock?
Did you say at some stage that someone was redoing the control panel?
Yeah, somebody's actually been writing a Basic 09 version of it.
Yeah.
They've been mentioning it on Discord, and they're actually fixing up some things, and they're parsing some of the newer options that the original ones don't. So cool. I haven't had a chance to see it yet, but depending on how that looks there, we might integrate that into one of the future betas. Anybody else who wants to contribute and add stuff, I mean, if you want your stuff freely distributed on the ease of use, so it's already set up and ready to go for people, just let us know and we'll put it on.
Control panel comment.
Sorry.
Go ahead, Rick.
I was just going to say, I always used to use a Control-E in my startup, so even my text screens use the control panel settings. It was really handy. So I'd like to see that fleshed out and used again.
Yeah, it still works. Actually, if you type Control-E and put it in your startup, or if you run it manually, it still does do that.
Well, I've really been hammering this just while we've been talking, and just loading, heaps of stuff in the background and quitting things and launching things and editing things, and it's rock solid. Not a single problem. No crashes.
Cool.
That's a big plus
Mm.
over what it
It's
used
not
to be.
impossible to crash it though. I have done that.
Yeah, I have to.
So
All right.
control queues quit for. Oh, that doesn't work with that one.
You guys done good with this, man.
Oh, break.
Yeah.
All
Yeah,
right.
this is impressive. I like it.
Are we ready to put a fork in this episode?
And your
Yeah.
personality changes back to the.
I will make one other thing. I still plan on doing a Basic 9 series, whether it's on CoCoTALK itself or on After Dark. Just kind of going through, especially now that we've got the new beta out, and kind of let people know how to do these programs and stuff from Basic 9 and doing some of the neat tips and tricks. I'm not sure when that's going to start yet. I'm taking a month off from ease of use, except for bug fixes that people report, and helping Bill get the Matchbox version going, helping Mikey get the CoCo 3 FPGA version going, etc. But I'll be working on the games webpage. But now I've got a bunch of new, not new, but OS9 games that aren't on my webpage yet. Now easily to get screenshots out of. So I'll be using NitrOS9 to do that too. But yeah, we do plan on getting that tutorial thing starting to go here the next month or two.
Jim Gary is asking if can the wonky level 1 apps like that Tandy trivia game work?
Well, we've got a couple level 1 games already working on there. Zero Gravity works. That's a port from an old Chroma set game. Biosphere works. Like I mentioned, some others like Interbank and Cave Walker and Alternate Reality actually play with the hardware directly, which they're not supposed to be doing. They're supposed to go through the OS for that. Those do crash. I'm going to be disassembling and seeing if I can patch those. I haven't tried Trivia Fever yet. It is on my list of things to do, so that's one I'll be taking a look at in the future.
Okay.
And there is actually one other thing I would like to add for the Matchbox users, is it will actually, Beta 5 will have CocoNet server built into it as well, so you can actually use the wireless version of DriveWire, kind of similar.
Cool. And it also, as it has in the previous betas, it supports the 80 by 50 text screen modes and stuff, which is really nice to use on the Matchbox. And we're planning GimmyX support. We might have to do an interim version, depending on when the GimmyX gets officially released to the public. If we're not ready for what we normally would have considered beta 6, we might make a quick beta 6 just to throw in some GimmyX support.
Have you heard from Ed whether this new beta 5 works on the GimmyX?
It does. He was actually asking, how do I specifically get NitrOS9 to kick in his extra double speed poke so he goes up to 3 megahertz?
Cool.
So he's going to be testing that with it.
Oh, that's a good plus.
I'll have a GimmyX here very shortly, so I'm on the beta list for the GimmyX. So it'll be good to experiment with it.
Yeah, and running NitrOS9, like you've seen how fast it runs right now at 2 megahertz, and you kick it up another 100% there, then that's what we're looking at with the GimmyX.
So this runs natively at CoCo. So this is running natively at 1.79, yeah?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
David, are you going to have to modify anything on the CoCo to make the GimmyX work on your PAL CoCo 3?
There might
the keyboard
possibly be
connectors in the way.
Yeah, there's probably going to be some. The keyboard connector is one of the things I might have to mod, and there might be a couple of other things. But that's why I'm on the beta testing program, and I'm a hardware guy, so I'll work on that with Ed, and we'll come up with a solution for the PAL versions of it.
Yeah. Now the functionality for the GimmyX will be a bit limited off the start. The double speed poke, the 2.86 megahertz poke, obviously we'll be supporting that. He's not implementing any of the hardware text modes that have the higher vertical res like the Matchbox and the FPGA do, which was the easiest one for us to implement because it's already done on the Matchbox. That's not going to be on the initial versions of the GimmyX from the sounds of it. So that won't be there. We will be modifying CoVDG to handle the 160 by 192 by 256 color mode. So if you want to write a program using that, you can. And we're going to be supporting the extended palettes. So the 512 color palette to choose from. It'll be a new display command you'll have to use because it's not compatible, obviously, exactly with the previous one. But we will be adding this extended support for that. So that'll be the features that are enabled off the start for the GimmyX version.
Yeah, we got a lot of plans for the GimmyX.
Yeah. We ready for a caboose?
Unless there's any further questions from either the chat or the panel or further comments before we go on to the caboose.
Good trash can.
It's a bit squished up there, isn't it?
Expect more traffic on the Discord for EOU questions and stuff.
Yeah, I forgot to mention that we do have a dedicated NitrOS9 EOU channel on Discord under operating systems. And if you guys have any questions, comments,
I think I
feel
just
free to
crashed
join.
it. Look at this. I think I just crashed it. I loaded up the Ray Trace Bouncy Balls with Flight Simulator demo, and it said, "Ooh,
Yeah,
I
you
don't
probably
like
ran
that."
out of system RAM in that case. So
Yeah, I did that deliberately. I
system
wanted to
RAM
really push
failure.
it. I wanted to push it to the limit and just see what it'd do. So
it's the orange screen of death, not blue.
Yeah,
That's
Just
right.
make it
An
clear.
orange
We can-
one.
But
we
that's
can
actually a
excuse that.
screen from Flight Sim, not the actual operating system.
Oh, is it? Oh, it is too. Yeah, everything else
Have
is
you
still
guys
working.
have you guys ever crashed your CoCo and had the light come on if you have the 2 megabyte upgrade?
Oh, it's still exited.
Yes.
All right. It's stuff. Wow, the operating system's still working fine. It actually exited when I pressed the exit command from it. So,
Failed gracefully,
Play-
like it should.
Aha.
the more I'm playing around with this, the more impressed I am. This is, yeah.
Just press clear.
Yep.
Now I see that James Jones mentioned in the chat here. He said he hopes emulators will support the GameEX functionality. I hope that too, especially with MAME in particular, because of the debugger is so handy.
It'll take
but,
some time, but it'll
yeah.
be there, I'm sure.
I hope that too, James.
I'm putting my hand over the top of the CoCo and it's not running hot at all. It's still running cool. So it's, yeah, that's impressive, Curtis. Nice work.
Okay, cool. If there's no other further comments, we'll let Mark do some last batch of ads, I'm presuming, before the caboose.
Well, we have the outro to run.
Or that.
We've only managed to run 1 set of ads today anywhere, 2 sets. Let's see.
This concludes another episode of CoCoTALK, the world's leading live talk show featuring the Tandy Color Computer. For all things CoCoTALK, visit us on the web at CoCoTALK.live. We'd love to hear from you. Send feedback, suggestions, even segments via email to CoCoTALK at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
Consider supporting the show with a purchase of merchandise from our retro swag shop at 8bit256.com. If you'd like to become a patron of the show, click the Patreon link at our website at CoCoTALK.live.
CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world, keeping the Tandy flame alive. We may be mocked, but we'll never stop, cause CoCoTALK is rocking the 8-bit world.
CoCoTALK would not exist without the community, its cast, crew, and contributors. Thanks go to Curtis Boyle, David Ladd, Mark Oberholzer, Grant Leedy, Bruce Moore, Nick Marentes, Ron Delvaux, Rick Adams, Jason Reichert, Richard Lorbieski, Jim Brain, Tom C., Rob Inman, Mark Bosley, Brian Joyce, Ken Reichert, David O'Connor, Brian Weasler, Terry Steggy, Nick Marotta, John Strong, and many more, especially to Steve Bjork for production suggestions and James Diffendaffer for making my head explode. Please help support the CoCo community by visiting some of its various contributors. A list of resources is available at imacoconut.com. That's IMACOCONUT.com. The CoCoTALK theme song is copyright 2008 by D. Bruce Moore and Greg Sheeler. Mixed, mastered, and produced by D. Bruce Moore.
The CoCoTALK train wreck is over, and we welcome you to the last surviving car. Join us in Zoom for CoCoTALK Caboose, a recap of today's show. CoCoTALK Caboose starts now.
Ooh.
Well, and we're back.
Good job.
Heck, this I never stay this long.
I heard you.
Glad to see you here, Alan.
Curtis, I heard you call me a couple minutes ago, but I was.
Oh, what was that about now? I can't remember.
That's CoCo FPGA and
Yeah.
Beta 5.
Oh, right.
I was eating.
Oh, more important things.
Yes.
That was
About
a
the
good
show you
showcase.
fall over and go. "Arr."
It was a good showcase of EOU. It all worked perfectly. No crashes.
Yeah, you're always scared when you get people demoing that, especially when you're not doing the demo.
Well, that was a good test.
Hey, it happens to Bill Gates.
Yeah, Mark's demo didn't go so well, but ours did.
Nick, you didn't mention the icons enough, though.
Yeah. Did you notice the good trash can?
Yeah, I heard about it. It's legendary.
Did you make that trash can, Nick?
Oh,
Yes, he
yeah.
did.
No, he didn't.
It looks out to me.
I have to say the trash can looks better in 40 column mode. I'll just go back to
It does, yeah.
It does, yeah. I had to shrink it there because that box is narrower to fit it in. The wider trash can didn't quite fit within the lines.
Yeah. Are we still live?
You know, Curtis, the guy that
Yeah,
was signing my shirt last week. We showed the two pictures of the microware guys signing the T-shirts for the CoCo
Yeah, Mark
Fest.
and what's his name, Terry, I think.
And Todd Earls. Yeah, Todd Earls is the
Okay.
guy that did Multiview.
Oh, is he?
Yep, he's the Multiview.
Does he have
guy.
Source?
He's dead.
Because if he has Source, I could fix all the little mini apps that came with it, like the clock with the year 2K bug.
Yeah, that's the one thing is, that I don't know where the microware source was. We know we lost the 6809 source, but I always wondered, did they give any of that to somebody at Tandy, and is it still out there somewhere?
Yeah, like Mark Siegel might have received it at one point.
That's lost.
Now, we'll mention a few other things mentioned in chat here just briefly before I forget. James Jones was asked or mentioning the fact that, the one thing is you could, with TSMon and login, you can actually set up, and TBJ Chris has demoed this on his YouTube video channel before, you can actually set up your CoCo to have logins externally from terminals or PCs or whatever through the serial port. And he mentions that G Shell doesn't have any security. Well, G Shell doesn't work over the serial port anyway. I mean, some of the display commands for drawing stuff does, but the SS mouse call, for example, does not. So you can't read a mouse to position the cursor or do anything else. But I did mention that Bill's MTSMon is actually installed, which saves a lot of memory if you're running multiple serial connections, because it only has one master program. You don't have to run a separate one for every single serial port. So you can do some of that stuff on there and actually have people log in or have your PC log into it. And in some cases, it actually runs a little bit faster, especially if you're running like a 16550 base thing, like a Mega Mini MPI, like Mikey was mentioning with his DW term. So, and Rick Euland, I will mention this, he actually sold the 16550 board back in the 90s for the CoCo. He has been finding some of the executables and drivers from that time period that uses the full buffering. I think you got it running up to 57.6 back in the day, even under NitrOS9 as a standard serial port, like not doing a hardwired, drive wire thing. So once I get some time to actually get back into that and looking at that, I'm going to try to get that working for Beta 6 too. So we
Our
should
party piece used to be 115K to a thin client X terminal with the serial plug on the back, and that was faster than the CoCo's text screen. So there's things to be.
I plan on going through that code and see if we can optimize it even further. So maybe we can, really crank that sucker up.
And again, here's my. This is on this now, so I think I might have some of the things you're looking for. I just haven't had time to go
That'd
through
be good.
it
I know
yet.
you had like a patch supercom that did direct screen writes to help keep it up to the serial port because it was too fast. And I know I did some 639 optimizations on supercom itself back in the day, which I've lost. So if you have the 16550 version of it, I'll grab that and I'll make the new 639 version based on that. And then we should have a really, really fast terminal program under OS
2.3 is our release. Yeah, I'll get it
And
to
I
you.
can help you with testing some of that stuff if we're targeting Mega Mini MPI.
Yeah, I've got a Mega Mini MPI too, but I definitely, since you actually more experience with the chip, I will be probably approaching you for some help.
Does the Mega Mini MPI, does it map differently than the Connect 16550?
I don't know that yet. Does it?
It's behind an extra Mega Mini MPI has 2 extra MPI slots, which wouldn't physically exist, and one of them are the serial ports, and the other one is the sound chip.
Yeah.
So how do you
go ahead?
I was going to say, how do you clock the 550 on that? Is it
It's got its own clock.
Yeah, it's got its own, yeah.
Well, because the chip was so fast, we had to play games to actually get it valid on the bus the same time the 6X09 wanted to.
That's an
talk to
Ed
it.
Snyder question.
Yeah, and
Okay,
it
fair
actually, if you remember the IRQ strapping on the multi-packs we used to do back in the day, Rick, that's actually
Indeed,
a
I
software
just-
option on the Mega Mini from Ed. You can turn that on and off in software.
Just did
which is
one last
really
week,
cool.
as a matter of fact.
Are we still on air, or are we going off air?
Yep.
No, we're on the
Yeah,
Caboose
still
right
on
now.
air.
Yeah, we're still on.
Okay, cool.
Now I want to mention
Well,
something
so-
else that came up in chat here from James Jones. And he was talking about the MTS Mon stuff, which we just went through, but he also mentioned he's planning on doing or has started producing internally a series of how to learn Basic 09 if you're a disk basic programmer. So he's actually
Cool.
going to be doing a series on that. So we'll be plugging that once the episodes of that are out.
Oh, that'll be good.
Yeah, and
Well,
something
just-
I'm going to do related to that, Curtis, is when we went to the first Atlanta CoCo Fest in 1990, and basically everybody who walked up said, "Oh, I'd buy that if it ran under OS 9."
Yeah, things have changed, haven't they?
Yeah, now even me, I'm living in CoCo 1 emulators on XOR, having a blast in a 32-column screen. But I went and converted my banner program to Basic 09, and I've got drafts of articles that I'm going to eventually complete that walk through the code in Basic, and then how I had to learn my very first Basic 09 program. So it should be interesting to see the decisions I made. I probably even use line numbers for everything.
Yeah, my first Basic 09 programs did that too, because that's what I was familiar with. It was easier to get it done quick.
Cool.
How do you, if you're not using line numbers, how do you use go subs and go tos and things like that?
Labels.
Labels.
They're called
That's
procedures.
the only, on Basic 09, that's the only line number you need is if you're using it as a target. Otherwise, anything between those doesn't need a line number.
Yeah. Plus, you've got like while loops and loop end loops and repeat untils and stuff. So you have the structure, from like Pascal type languages built in to get around a lot of that. The only ones you require line numbers for is on, go to, on, go sub, and I think on air are the only ones that basically that require line numbers still. And you run procedures too, so you can have separate procedures that you call by name.
The whole concept of basic without line numbers is kind of foreign to me. So
I remember feeling that way
Well,
too. when I was
basically,
back in the day.
Dave, the way Basic 09 works is instead of doing a go sub line number, you're doing a go sub procedure name.
Yeah, except you just do run procedure. You can pass up
Much more
parameters and
intuitive.
stuff too. So
Of course, my favorite Basic 09 trick was you could pack a whole street address into one variable called address.
Yeah, with a complex type declarations.
string, a string with the name and a number here and another string there and blah
They
blah
actually
blah.
call that a
And just-
structure, don't they?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
And you can dim an array to it, so you can have a whole array of this structure, and you just do. It's like programming Visual Basic, where you do like
Wow.
address dot city or something like that.
It's like a modern
Loaded
language.
characters and
What a
everything.
concept. Yeah, like a modern language.
Yeah, it was way ahead of
Pretty
its
advanced.
time.
Funny thing
for
is that
80,
was done in
whatever.
1980, Michael. So that was even before Windows or any of that stuff
Wasn't
happened, or Linux.
Wasn't OS 9 to support Basic 09 originally?
Yes, it was
Mhm.
the original.
oh wow.
Microware did
I've,
the Basic 09 port for the for Motorola, basically as a showpiece for the 6809, and they said we should really write an OS around this, and they'd already written RTOS for the 6800, so they just kind of went from there.
I still haven't rebooted my system yet, and it's still running the same boot that we were running during the previously. And I quit the bouncy ball one and launched Flight Sim again, and it worked perfectly. So it was just a clash between bouncy ball and Flight Sim, obviously.
Yeah, the bouncing ball, the ray trace one actually uses 9 page flip screens.
Yeah.
So it has to have
okay.
window table pointers and has to assign 9 windows from the system memory, which means you ran out enough for the
Chew it
VDD
out,
screen.
right? Yeah.
Hey,
Ran out of
David.
money. Yeah,
Killed that.
David,
Yeah.
you need to hire better monkeys.
All right.
So, Curtis, can we get an expansion to the game site to now have a separate NitrOS9 application and games set up?
I'm not going to do a separate section for that, but I will be like on the little highlight bar. It says the system requirements is like CoCo 1, 2, 3, 64K joysticks or whatever. I will be putting OS 9 on the ones that have OS 9. And there's some that are dual, like Thexter works in both, Shanghai works in both, Zero Gravity works in both.
What about not games? Because there's all this stuff that you know about not games that, an idiot like me trying to come into this and figure out what all these things are. I mean, they're just words on the screen to start with, to start diving into it.
Well, a big project that we're trying to get into, and I'm trying to get Rob Inman and a few others to help on, is to actually rewrite the entire set of manuals and then add all the third-party manuals to it too, plus with any modifications that have been done since. Like most, as was mentioned before, most of the OS9 level 2 manuals and even the level 1 ones, I think you mentioned it, a lot of that still applies, but syntax of some of the commands have changed. There's been new ones, there's new features on some of them, there's brand new ones that never existed before, so we got to really update that.
So I demoed the earlier beta 5, like a month ago or something. You had put out a test, and I demoed that for some of the guys at work, and they're like, well, what the hell is this? And I said, look, this is basically what was going on when your dad was trying to figure out how to do computers and stuff. And it still works now, and it's still being improved. And they're like, well, how hard is it to learn? I said, it's not any harder to get into than another Linux distro. So if you use one Linux distro and move to another one, you've got to figure out all these little changes to commands and things. And really moving from the OS9 books into NitrOS9 is easier than that. So that stuff still does apply that much.
Like that idiot from the book.
Yeah, like that idiot from the book. Yeah. Well, I am that idiot from the book right now because I'm sitting here with the book open trying to figure out what all this stuff is. And that is really probably, and this is going to sound bad and I don't mean it this way. That's probably the biggest complaint with EOU is you open it up and there is a wall of stuff to do. And if you don't already know what all that stuff is, you're like, okay, it's a bit intimidating that there is that much there. I mean, the only thing I could compare it to would be GeOS on the Commodore 64, 128, or the Apple. And in GeOS, you only had 8 icons a page. So you started up GeOS, you got a page, and it had 8 things to choose from, which was not very overwhelming.
And you can only run one at once too, couldn't you?
Yeah. Well, if it was a GeoS-specific application, there were some that would be like old DOS TSRs where you could terminate and stay resident and flip back and forth between it as long as you didn't run out of memory. But so this reminds me of GeoS in that it does all this stuff on so little hardware, but it's far more intimidating. And while it is a lot easier to use, that first moment impression when you open it up is like, what the? Oh my, wait, Windows 95? What the hell is going on in here? So you do have to go kind of step back and just take a breath. And I don't know.
Well, that's why I mentioned the docs. Like basically the stuff that's pre-installed and ready to run will have a unique icon. Like if you're using the generic execution icons, text icons, data file icons, like don't double click those unless you know what you're doing type thing.
But
so
it's also a really cool promo of how much is out there to get into, because I had no idea all this stuff was out there. If you just look through the OS9 level 1 and early level 2 stuff, there's like a handful of things mentioned and you see more stuff in the catalog, but this is a huge landscape of things.
Yeah. And we haven't even put half the stuff on there yet. We're not even close.
So I just, still gobsmacked. It's been an amazing 2 months messing with
the big thing for EOU is it's not just an operating system that we're distributing here. We're distributing a complete system as if you'd pre-installed, pre-bought a whole bunch of apps. And you're like somebody hands you a computer with everything. Like here's your entire games library and your computer and your OS, and here go. And that's kind of what you're shooting for. That you don't have to worry about doing installs or this file has to go there, this driver has to change, blah blah blah. Which is one of the reasons we've restricted it to not have DriveWire and stuff, because Bill and I have changes to do to DriveWire to make it work smoothly with everything we're planning on doing, which it won't do right now, like level 3, for example. So, I mean, that's the reasons we've been taking baby steps towards it and gradually expanding. We are going to be hitting a lot more of the third-party drivers on beta 6. I plan on doing some stuff with the CoCo SDC. That's not being done right now. Bill's going to be working on some of the DriveWire stuff. There's a ton of stuff that we're planning. I'm not sure how much all this will get into beta 6, might be beta 7, who knows. But gradually we're going to expand to cover everything else.
I have a question, Curtis.
Yes.
What development are you doing? Most of the stuff on NitrOS9 is in assembler. Are you using LW tools or what's your primary?
No, I'm using the OS9 assembler right in OS9 itself.
No
new tricks there.
I use LW
Curtis needs a gray beard that goes down to the floor and goes in suspenders.
Rick Hewlin will stand in for me and he'll just display his face whenever I'm talking. So
I think I can.
I use LW tools just because it's quicker.
Yeah.
All right.
To be honest, I actually use ASM usually if I'm doing like bigger development. If I'm doing quick and dirty programs, I'll do it right on the CoCo itself. But if I'm
Okay.
running VCC or MAME and I just unlock the CPU lock, it runs as fast as LW tools anyway, and I don't have to keep switching environments. It's just I'm right there. I run it.
Mhm.
You know,
And then
OVCC in particular, which runs at an overclock of 500 megahertz, I can compile things in 1 second. So I'm not saving time and going to LW ASM. And I know ASM inside and out from using it since 1990. So.
Okay, and then it's the C compiler that comes with it. It's good for some of the other utilities. I mean, what sort of languages all do you?
Yeah, BASIC-09's on there.
BASIC-09,
The C
right.
compiler. Now the C compiler will be undergoing some changes by Beta 6 because Jeff, known as Deke in Discord, has been actually amalgamating all the different front ends and additions and library updates that have been done over the years, and he's actually making a brand new version of C compiler with everything completely modernized. And we'll be putting that one on to
doing
Beta
a very
6.
good job at that.
Yeah, I haven't had a chance to look at it yet, but I know he's been talking with you and some other people there, and we're going to be integrating that into the ease of use so that everybody has this fully up-to-date C. Everybody's on the same common ground. Not people are using the Kreider library, and some are using the stock microware library, et cetera, et cetera. Et cetera.
Some are using the CMOC library.
Yeah, like there's a lot of discrepancies between them. They're not fully compatible with each other, so we're going to try to standardize that.
Okay, excellent.
Well,
Curtis,
unfortunately, you're not going to be able to really standardize with CMOC because CMOC is using a different ABI than what the standard C compiler does. So the compiler itself won't generate function calls that are compatible with the ones from the microware C compiler.
So how does it do OS9 API calls at all? Then if it doesn't do that the same?
No, I'm not talking about OS9.
It's
I'm
internal
talking
libraries.
about application binary interface that defines when you call a function call, who saves the registers, where does this parameter 1 go in a register or a stack? You know, how do you pass the return value back? All that kind of stuff. CMOC uses a different one than the OS9 compiler.
Okay,
So,
I'll have to check with Jeff because he's actually basing it on a newer version of the C compiler than the microware's released one. So I don't know if there's an opportunity to make that more standardized at this point while he's going through that.
But that's going to require changes actually to the CMOC. If you want to combine those two, CMOC compiler will have to change to make them compatible.
And that's why he says it's a C-like compiler rather than advertise that it's a full C deal.
Okay, well, we'll standardize all the microware derivatives of it then into one.
Yeah.
There.
This one
right now there's multiple
a,
versions of that. There's the ANSI front end that some people have, some people don't, and you know there's a two-path compiler versus the one-path.
That's sort of going to be an orthogonal thing to what Deke is doing with the C compiler, and they're not really going to be compatible with each other.
Okay, well, as long as we make people aware of that and what the differences are, so that they know and they can maybe decide
I'm sure there are
which
going
one
to be
use.
people who are going to crawl up from underneath their rock and go, "Hey, why can't I compile something? You know, compile -C, you know, an object library with CMOC and have it work with something I compiled on EOU." I'm like,
I think poor Nicholas is trying hard to stay awake here.
I think we're about that. Thank you, Curtis.
Anyway, just everybody go download it and give it a shot and give us some feedback on Discord. You can email me directly. My email address is in the documentation. Make sure to read the documentation. You don't have to read, if you're brand new to NitrOS9, you don't have to read the whole 53 points we've updated since Beta 4. Just read the beginner's docs. That should give you enough to get started.
One last quick question. If I print, could my TP10 work? What's the baud rate?
Well, it'll depend if you run the 689 or 639 versions, because you'll have to run TunePort to adjust your printer delay speeds for printing to the serial bit banger. I'm assuming that's what you're going through?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. So the 609, you'll have to drop the values down a little bit from the 689 because it actually, you know, running a native mode, it's running faster. But yeah, you should be able to do it. And the Gprint, I think, still works. I haven't tested it because I don't have a printer hooked up to my CoCo here to try it on. But there's nothing I know of that has broken that functionality. You will have to tweak it a bit, though.
Okay.
David Connor seems to be addicted to the OS9.
I'm having fun here.
Did you shut down the Space Quest? You had there?
Yeah. I had no idea what I was doing, so I gave up.
I didn't see you exit, that's all. I was wondering if it's still running in the background.
No, it wasn't, but I gave up on it because I couldn't figure it out.
So Curtis, I was going to suggest hide a magic word in each version of the docs as they get released. And then when people start asking questions, go, okay, whoa, what's the magic word? And if they didn't read that
I can tell you
far-
right now, I don't even have to do that because nobody reads the docs.
Yeah, Curtis, I
When has
slightly-
any of us read
Tim Linder
documentation?
actually sent me an email saying, "Oh, I'm surprised at all the stuff you did." And he mentioned a few specifics, and I said, "You're the only one so far that has read the docs enough to actually ask me these questions."
Well, he's the
Well,
idiot
I've
that
read-
reads it from the book.
I've read the docs. And I would argue that I think if you're a beginner, you probably should go through the changes because it gives you 53 things to do. Like Robert was saying, you don't know what DynaCalc is or that it's even there. So I might say, it's very clearly laid out. And I do want to do some demos on my channel or on the show around the lesser known applications and utilities. So hopefully that will help.
Yeah, I need NitrOS9 for dummies.
Start with a D-Save demo. Since we
Sure.
just went through that
that's
last
easy.
night.
MSCopy-ALYM, and use that instead.
ALM.
See, I didn't know about
RC.
MS Copy.
It has been
Just
mentioned in the
two
docs
easy
before. I think around beta 3 or 4, I mentioned it as a way to back up.
All right, well, there you go. I failed already.
Yeah.
David does know how to get out of text, I think.
Control
I'm trying
E
to
or
figure it
break.
out.
I can't remember what it is now. Control C, Control E, Q, maybe.
Control break, Control Q. No. Oh yeah, Control Q works.
There it is.
Yeah.
David, did you realize that Space Quest was an adventure game?
Yeah, I know, and I'm looking at the commands down the bottom. I have no idea what the commands are, so I tried.
Yeah, you got to
typing
type.
different-
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I didn't know what the commands were, so I thought, oh well, could be anything. The English language is huge.
Yeah, but you can just go to the archive, just search Space Quest and pull up the manuals.
Yeah. Obviously, I've got to do that, but but I haven't yet. So
Anyway,
Yeah.
I'm out of here. It's breakfast
All right.
over here.
It's
I think-
Vegemite time, eh?
I think it's getting time to push the button.
Yeah,
push the button, Frank.
Let's
Push
pay
the
for
button,
exit,
Frank.
Nick. We're leaving.
Everybody say goodbye.
Goodbye.
Say goodbye.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.